puts a damper on a romantic Hawaiian honeymoon quite like a dead body. A reality dating show is filming next door to our rental digs, and besides the giggly pool parties and late-night soirees, things are tolerable. At least until a contestant goes belly and fabulous ball gown up in the pool. Suddenly our vacation takes a back seat to a murder investigation. Chaos is unleashed on the quiet community, complete with a pesky paparazzi, brawling bachelorettes, and a bitter ghost hell-bent on revenge. It's impossible to relax, and I'm plunged into the hunt for the killer before someone else gets hurt. At least I'm getting a tan. Chapter 1. Weddings are funny things. This singular event takes months and months of preparation and planning, and then the day itself evaporates in a sugar and champagne-fueled rush. Lucas and I spent over a year planning for our big day, and the entire affair felt like a blur of tangled memories when I woke up the next morning. Somewhere between sitting down in the hairstylist's chair and making a run for the vintage Aston Martin serving as our getaway car, I'd lost track of everything. Luckily, Hawaii turned out to be the perfect remedy for my mild case of the post-wedding blues. After all, how could I be sad with my toes buried in white sand and the sky gearing up for one of its famous sunsets? We'd traded majestic pines for swaying palm trees and swapped the frigid waters off Washington State for bath-water warm waves. I kind of can't believe this is the same ocean as back home, I said over my shoulder as the surf licked at my toes. The water is so warm. Lucas chuckled. No wetsuit required on this side of the Pacific. I lived in Beechwood Harbor, a small, rustic town along the Washington State coastline. It was beautiful and charming, but the frigid ocean was only frequented by the brave, especially in the winter. Every November, a group of residents put together something called a polar bear plunge for charity. Each polar bear would get pledges from their family and friends. And when they took the plunge, those pledges got donated to the town community center for improvements and expansions to the programs it offered. Personally, I preferred writing a check and then watching the whole spectacle from the shoreline with a big cup of hot coffee in hand. Turning around, I stared up at the huge house set back a couple 100 feet from the ocean. The place was a loaner from one of Lucas's producer friends. He was off on location and had offered to let us stay at his place free of charge for our honeymoon. It was a dream come true, and way outside our budget if we'd had to foot the bill for the rental. The contemporary home was a little over 3,000 square feet, not counting the huge rooftop deck. The back of the house appeared to be made almost entirely of glass, making the most of the spectacular view. "This place is awesome!" I exclaimed. "I still can't really believe it's all ours for the week." Lucas held up a key ring and jangled it. "Should we go in?" Reluctantly, I glanced back at the ocean. Lucas laughed. "We'll get some bubbly and come right back out, I promise." "I want to see every sunrise and every sunset," I said, jogging up the slight elevation to join him at the fence that blocked the home's backyard off from the public access beach. Lucas chuckled as he unlocked the gate and held it open for me. "You're on your own for sunrises. I plan on sleeping as much as humanly possible." "Ooh, I can't wait to try out the pool," I exclaimed, hurrying past Lucas to jog up the stairs leading to the raised deck that butted against a large in-ground pool, complete with a fancy infinity edge and a kidney-shaped spa tub. The deck was high enough that even sitting in the hot tub, you'd have an unobstructed view of the ocean over the property's fence. "Do you think it's salt water?" I asked Lucas. "Chlorine is murder on my hair, although I guess I could buy a swim cap." I tapped a finger against my lips. "Dial it down, Scar. I think I had a better attention span after a bag of catnip back before I kicked the bucket." I frowned and slid a sideways glance to my left, just as a semi-transparent Himalayan cat soared through the air and landed silently on the deck. "Leave her alone," another voice, this one female and melodic, chimed in. "She's on her honeymoon." Gwen, the source of my defense, swooped over the pool, trailing her fingers through the water, though no ripple showed. Her long legs went on endlessly as she soared over the spa and then floated up to get a closer look at the plumeria, wrapped around the support columns of the covering over the outdoor kitchen. "This environment suits you, Lady Gwen," Hayward Kensington III said, a dreamy look on his wrinkled face as he watched his ghosty pal flit from flower to flower like an overeager hummingbird. "That's only because the humidity can't affect her," Flapjack replied. "At least when you're dead, you can't get frizzy hair. I mean, just look at Scar." I ignored Flapjack's commentary and slipped my hand through Lucas's. I'd agreed to let the ghostly trio tag along on the trip, only after swearing them to a few conditions. They'd agreed to keep themselves occupied and promised not to tell any local spirits about my powers. The last thing I needed was a pack of clingy ghosts showing up in the middle of my honeymoon. Mentally, I started a countdown timer before I pulled them aside and gave them the boot. As soon as the home tour was over, they were out of here. "I think the key is for the front door," Lucas said, oblivious to our newfound company. "There's a walkway on this side of the house." I jogged down the steps of the deck and followed him around to the front. Hayward, Gwen, and Flapjack's voices followed at a distance. Hayward was giving some kind of historical lecture about the island of Maui, while Flapjack interjected sarcastic comments or yawning sounds every other line. "Time to pop open some champagne," Lucas said, kissing my hand before ushering me through the front door. "Wow," I breathed, stepping into an expansive foyer. A tile mosaic of silver, ivory, and brilliant shades of blue covered the floor in an oceanic arrangement. The foyer was open, 3 stories up. With all the glass and metal, it reminded me of an aviary. All that was missing were the birds. Instead, there was a mouthy ghost cat. Flapjack swirled into view a few paces ahead of me. "Champagne? How about you have him pop open a can of tuna while he's in there?" "This place is beautiful," I said, ignoring Flapjack's request as I followed Lucas through the foyer and past 2 support beams into an open living space. The room was large and tastefully furnished with modern but comfortable-looking furniture. It was hard to focus on the decor details when the view was screaming for attention. The entire back wall of the living room was made of glass, showcasing the lush backyard, and then nothing but miles and miles of deep blue ocean. Lucas hit a button on the remote, and the wall of windows started to move. 2 large sliding doors silently parted, and we stepped out on the teakwood deck. "I don't even need the champagne. I'm in heaven already," I sighed, leaning into Lucas as he came to stand behind me. He chuckled softly and kissed the top of my head. "I think I'll pour a couple glasses anyway." I laughed. "All right, but afterward I'm getting my toes back in that water." After another hour spent on the beach, I let Lucas drag me away from the waves. We had dinner reservations, and I needed a little lead time to wash off the airplane air and saltwater residue. We showered and changed, and I tackled my hair and makeup while Lucas kept himself busy on his phone. He'd promised not to do any work while we were away, but I'd have bet money he was checking his work emails anyway. "I'm going to call for a ride," Lucas said, pocketing his phone and rising from the bed in the adjoining room. He held up a hand. 5 minutes? "I'll be right there," I replied, my voice strange as I pulled a face to finish applying mascara to my lower lashes. "I'm almost done." He smiled and disappeared from the master bedroom. I turned my attention back to the mirror and pulled my copper hair back into a silver clip. I plucked a few shorter tendrils out and curled them around my fingers before letting them fall. I'd had a fresh cut right before the wedding, and I liked the way the shorter tendrils looked, framing my heart-shaped face. As I applied a layer of shiny pink gloss to my lips, 3 faces appeared behind me. "Where have you guys been?" I asked. "Spying on the neighbors," Flapjack replied. Gwen flashed a wide grin. "This is going to be the best week ever!" My brow wrinkled as I finished applying my lip gloss. "I get why it's the best week of my life. I'm missing how this is all that much different than your normal, you know." "Ghosts have lives too, Scar," Flapjack admonished me with a swish of his tail. "You know what I meant," I said, pushing the lip gloss wand back into the tube. I screwed it closed and tossed it into the small silver clutch I'd planned on taking to the restaurant. "They're filming Lucky in Love next door," Gwen squealed. "I've watched the show for years, and now I get to spend an entire week living in it." "Lucky in Love? That cheesy dating show?" I asked. "It's not cheesy," Gwen insisted, looking personally offended. It shouldn't have surprised me. Gossip was Gwen's whole world. She spent her days, and most of her nights, as far as I could tell, chasing the hottest, juiciest stories. She loved beauty parlors, water cooler chats, sleepover parties, tabloid magazines, and e-news. This season, the star is a single dad to twin girls. Their mom died in a car crash 2 years ago, and now he's ready to find love again. Gwen clasped her hands together and sighed. Quick, someone get her a fainting couch, Flapjack quipped. I smiled at him. I don't know, Gwen. Those shows always seem so artificial. I mean, how could you possibly know you want to marry someone after just a handful of dates? Gwen plopped herself on the counter beside the sink and crossed one leg over the other. Well, how long did it take you to know you wanted to marry Lucas? A long time, I insisted. She leveled a skeptical expression at me. Oh, really? So you're telling me that if you were put in a room with 20 guys, you wouldn't have zeroed in on Lucas right from the start? Of course I would have. He's Lucas. Gwen's smile widened. Exactly. All right, fine. I tucked my clutch under my arm and held up my hands in surrender. It wasn't a hill I'd die on, and if anything, it was a blessing. Gwen would be glued to the drama and wouldn't be hanging around making cooing sounds over Lucas and me. Flapjack was bound to get bored and go off in search of a fish cannery, which, considering our surroundings, shouldn't be too hard to find. That just left Hayward. I glanced at the old-world gentleman. He looked less than thrilled by Gwen's plan, and my heart went out to him. He'd likely been counting on a romantic week with his lady love, and now he was going to have to vie with the pack of booze and hormone-fueled 20-somethings next door to win her attention. Have fun at dinner, Scarlett. I've got to get back next door. There's a love mingle going on tonight. Gwen blew a kiss, though I wasn't sure if it was aimed at me or Hayward, and then flew through the wall. A love mingle? Flapjack repeated once she'd gone. Is that code for something X-rated? I laughed. I don't think so. Well, it sounds nauseating one way or the other, Flapjack replied. I think I'll go look for the docs and see what the catch of the day looks like. The cat didn't wait for me to wish him a good night before winking out of sight. Hayward lingered, his gloved hands fidgeting with one another as he stared at the spot on the wall Gwen had sailed through. I know it's not your idea of a dream vacation, I said gently, but you'll still get to spend time with her. And despite my personal feelings toward the show, there's bound to be some pretty romantic date locations. So take advantage of the multitude of candles and rose petals and steal her attention. Perhaps you're right, Lady Scarlet, though I'm not quite comfortable with the... He coughed into his fist. Attire of some of the young ladies. I suppressed a smile. Hayward Kensington III was from another era, literally, and sometimes struggled with the ever-changing world around him. You don't seem to mind Gwen's attire, I teased him gently. The floral romper Gwen had been wearing at the time of her tragic death wasn't exactly chaste. Well, that's entirely... His bushy mustache twitched as he fumbled for an explanation. I laughed and placed a hand on his arm. Relax, I was just teasing you. Scarlett, Lucas called. You all set? The car's here. That's my cue. I smiled at Hayward. I hope you two have a good night. You as well, Lady Scarlet. He tipped his top hat and then winked out of the bathroom. I checked my reflection one last time and then hurried to meet Lucas. I rushed out of the bedroom and nearly collided with my new husband as he stood out in the hall, his hands on his narrow hips. Tell me you were on the phone, he said. My nose wrinkled. Scarlett, he groaned. I thought you said no ghosts. They're not going to bother us, I promise. Lucas scoffed. Right. Lucas, please don't be mad at me. This is our honeymoon. I know, I sighed. He stared at me for a long moment, his green eyes alight. Now I'm going to be worried about them watching us the entire time. I frowned. They're not peepers, Lucas. His jaw flexed as he considered his next words. Lucas, please, you don't have to trust them, but you do have to trust me. It's kind of part of this whole marriage package, as I understand it. I took a step toward him and closed the gap between us. I placed a hand on his chest and met his eyes. I promise they're not going to infringe on our trip. It's you and me, no audience. But if it would make you feel better, we can set out some salt tonight when we get back from dinner. I trailed my fingers down his chest and over his stomach. Lucas's eyes widened, and he captured my hand. Okay, all right. You win. I giggled, and he pulled me into a kiss. Remember, happy wife, happy life. Lucas groaned. even as his smile grew wider. I'm in for it now, aren't I? Baby, you have no idea. I winked, and then slipped past him and jogged down the stairs. Come on, I'm starving. Those airplane peanuts were gone hours ago. Chapter 2. We took it easy for the first 3 days of our honeymoon, letting the days pass slowly, each one melting like the spectacular sunsets over the Pacific. We spent our days on the beach or lounging poolside, allowing ourselves a little recovery time from the flurry of activity that had engulfed us prior to the big day. We ventured out at night, indulging our foodie sides at a variety of local restaurants. We attended an authentic Hawaiian luau, taking in the beauty of the culture and the story of the island's people. By the 4th day, we'd recuperated from the wedding burnout and spent the day away from the house. We took a boat tour and did some scuba diving along a colorful reef. After a day in the water, we returned home ravenous and exhausted. Lucas suggested ordering in, and I happily went along with the plan. When a knock sounded on the door, Lucas went to answer it while I finished pouring the wine we'd selected. Lucas cried out in surprise, and I abandoned the wine and went to see what had happened. I rounded the corner and found him entangled with a petite blonde, 2 paper bags abandoned at their feet. "What are you doing here?" Lucas asked. The woman laughed. "I was about to ask you the same thing." They broke apart from the warm embrace, and the woman spotted me. "Oh, hello." She waved, her cheeks pink. Lucas turned, still smiling, and beckoned me over. "Scarlett, this is Lindsay Harlow. Lindsay, this is Scarlett, my wife." "Gosh, that still sounds crazy," he said with a chuckle. "It's nice to meet you," I said, extending my hand toward the woman. How do you two know each other?" "Lindsay used to work on Mince with me, till she got poached." Lucas paused, his brow knitting together. "What show was it again?" "It's called Lucky in Love," Lindsay supplied, tucking a strand of her golden hair behind her ear before thumbing over her shoulder. "We're actually filming next door." "That's right, the dating show." Lucas snapped his fingers. "What's it like? Do you deal with more or less meltdowns than on Mince?" Lindsay grinned. "As crazy as it sounds, Sheila might still take top prize in that arena." Lucas sparked a laugh. "It doesn't surprise me." Sheila Carter, one half of the husband-wife duo that starred on the renovation reality show, could be a bit of a handful. I'd seen her meltdowns in person before, and they weren't pretty. "To be fair, she's had a few more years of practice," Lindsay added with a mischievous grin. "My baby-faced bachelorettes will probably reach her crying on cue talent someday." Lucas chuckled and bent to retrieve the paper bags. "So what's the story with these? You got a side hustle doing deliveries? Sounds like they need to give you a raise." "Oh, heavens, no!" Lindsay laughed, the sound sickly sweet. "The delivery guy got the addresses mixed up and dropped these off next door. It happens a lot. I was expecting to find Mark, actually. Is he out of town?" Lucas nodded. "He's working on a new movie in London, so he's letting us crash here for the next week. We're on our honeymoon." Lindsay's eyes widened. "Oh!" Lucas slipped an arm around my waist. "We got married this last Saturday." "Well, congratulations. I guess I'll have to catch Mark next time," she said, flashing Lucas a wide grin. "You have a new pitch for him, huh?" Lucas asked with a knowing chuckle. Lindsay laughed. "Always." "I have to say, you could do a lot worse. You're hardly slumming it out here," Lucas said. "The place next door looks like a palace." "Ha, you say that because you haven't seen the trailer I'm sleeping in. Well, when I get to sleep, that is. As it turns out, engineering romance doesn't allow for a lot of downtime." Lindsay smiled. "What about you? I heard you left Mince on the Pillows. What are you doing now?" "Private security. I'm out of the TV game. For now, anyway." "That's too bad," Lindsay said. "You're one of the best." "One of?" Lucas teased. Lindsay batted playfully at his arm. "You're a terrible fisher." Lucas laughed. I tried to smile, but it felt stiff on my lips. Lindsay caught my eye and quickly looked away. "Anyway," she said, taking a step back toward the open doorway, "it was really good to see you, Lucas. And congratulations, both of you." "Thank you," I said. She turned and started back down the stairs. Lucas held up his free hand when she turned to glance back. "See you around, Lindsay." Lindsay wiggled her fingers. "Bye." Lucas closed the door with his hip and carried the food into the kitchen. How weird was that? I mean, what are the odds? I arched a brow. "So when did you two date?" Lucas choked. What? Lindsay and me? Uh-huh. I unloaded the first packaged entree and transferred it to a white plate. Come on, you can tell me. I'm not jealous or anything, just curious. Lucas reached for the wine and finished pouring the second glass. We didn't date. I eyed him. Really? 'Cause she was giving off a ton of ex-girlfriend vibes just now. What do you mean? She was nice. I smiled and plated the second entree. I don't know. Maybe my radar's off. It just seemed like there was history there. You might not have dated, but she definitely wanted to. Lucas glanced over his shoulder as if quickly replaying the scene in his head. Really? Really? I handed him the plate and then scooped up my wine glass. Lucas wore a bemused expression, and I couldn't help but smile at him. It's a good thing I came along and scooped you up. You were clearly out of your depth in the dating pool. Lucas rolled his eyes. Yeah. Where's your white horse? I left him back on the mainland, I replied. Turns out it's a nightmare to try and get horses through airport security. Lucas snorted into his wine glass. I imagine their metal detectors didn't care for your shining armor and broadsword either. I laughed and carried my plate to the table. We sat down and looked out at the ocean while we ate. Even 4 days in, the view was still breathtaking. I couldn't even imagine what it would be like to live in paradise full time. I glanced at Lucas, wondering if maybe it had been a mistake for him to get out of the TV business. You know, as much as I don't want to leave Beechwood Harbor, I could probably make an exception for this place, I said. Lucas smiled. This place is probably a little out of our budget. I shrugged. Give or take a few million. You're going to love it in Seattle, Lucas said. Swirling the contents of my wine glass, I nodded. I'm sure I will. Maybe try that again, Lucas said. That take wasn't very convincing. Frowning, I looked up at him. Sorry. It's okay, I get it. Lucas took a few bites, and the silence crept in again. Over the past year, our house hunting efforts had turned into a disaster. We both expected to be settled somewhere by the time of the wedding, but despite a couple nasty bidding wars and 2 accepted offers, we were still houseless. The first one, a condo, fell through weeks before closing when the home inspector found a massive mold problem. The sellers were unwilling to fix it or even take money off the asking price to cover the repairs. The second was a starter home out in the suburbs. Lucas wasn't crazy about the commute, but it was in our price range and had potential. The deal was contingent on the sellers finding a new home, and when that dragged out for 3 months, we finally pulled our offer and walked away. The whole thing was exhausting, and as the wedding got closer, I stopped trying to find a house. I dodged the real estate lady's phone calls and left her emails unread. Lucas tried to get me to come out to Seattle for a handful of open houses, but I wiggled out of those too. He hadn't come right out and asked me if I'd changed my mind about moving to Seattle, but I could feel a little bubble of resentment swelling. Then the wedding came, and it carried those issues away in the whirlwind of it all. But now, time had slowed back down, and we were facing the very real possibility of spending our first few months as husband and wife living in separate homes. Do you have any interviews lined up for next week? Lucas asked, shifting to the other point of contention between us. I tossed the rest of my wine back and reached for the bottle. Lucas sighed. Oh, come on, Scar, it's just a question. I shot him a dubious look. Sometimes I think you'd rather live with your ghosts instead of me, he said. That's ridiculous. Is it? Lucas leaned back in his chair, the second half of his dinner forgotten. He nursed the wine glass and glanced up at me, his eyes dark. You've totally checked out of the house hunting process, and you're not any closer to finding someone to take over the flower shop. We were engaged for over a year, Scarlett. It's not like you didn't have any lead time. That's not fair, and you know it, I fired back. We had 2 houses fall through, and neither one of those sales was tanked because of something I did. The starter home deal was over 6 months ago, and we haven't put in an offer since, he countered coolly. It's been busy. Not that busy, Lucas replied. I scoffed. I run a flower shop, Lucas. I did 12 weddings this summer. That's more than 1 per weekend, in addition to all of the regular orders. On top of that, Lizzie took that vacation with her family, and I was working to hold the whole place down myself for 2 weeks. So I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to Seattle more. At the pitch of sarcasm in my voice, Lucas held up a hand. Okay, I know. I crossed my arms and leaned back against my chair. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? We're on our honeymoon. We're supposed to be happy. Lucas lowered his hand as his gaze shifted, moving beyond the infinity pool and swaying palm trees. The sky was orange and pink, the tail end of another spectacular sunset. It really was too perfect of a place to be upset and angry with one another. I exhaled softly and dropped my arms. Scooting my chair closer to his, I placed my hand on his leg. He looked at me, his eyes softer. Lucas, we want the same thing here, remember? I started. We have the rest of our lives together. So if it takes us a few more weeks or months to get things settled, that's okay. We've got time. Out of habit, I found myself glancing around, searching for moral support in the faces of my ghostly posse. They must have all still been next door, watching the reality show unfold in real time. Lucas set his wine down and took both of my hands. You're right. I'm sorry, Scar. I was being a jerk. I think I've just missed you these last few months. Between my schedule and yours, it's been a little while since it's been just us, like this. And I don't want to give it up. I like having dinner with you every night, waking up with you every morning. They're little things, but they mean a lot. And I don't want to do this long-distance thing anymore. I don't either. It's our honeymoon, Lucas continued, smiling at me. We'll leave house hunting and lily pond business for when we're back on the mainland. Promise? I asked, holding up my pinky. Lucas chuckled and wrapped his own pinky around mine. Promise. The oath sealed, we went back to eating the delicious meal we'd ordered. The food was lukewarm at best, but still bursting with flavor. As we ate, we looked over a handful of brochures we'd collected from the little corner shop we'd found the night before while searching for something to slay the midnight munchies. We discussed different options for the next day. Paddleboarding, kayaking, snorkeling, visiting a sea turtle refuge. By the time we brought out the piece of chocolate cake we'd ordered for dessert, we decided to check out a sunrise surfing class and then spend the afternoon at a swanky spa a few miles away, getting the inevitable muscle soreness ironed out in a couple's massage. Decisions made, I stacked the brochures and placed them at the other end of the table. Lucas handed me a clean fork, and I sat beside him. The chocolate cake had 7 layers, and a fat, juicy strawberry on top. What do you want to do after this? I asked, digging my fork into the rich fudge frosting. Lucas lifted the strawberry and dredged it through the frosting before offering it to me with a wicked grin. I'm sure we'll think of something. Things were smoothed over by the next morning, though I was starting to wonder just what the ghosts were up to. It had been almost 24 hours since I'd seen them, and it was disconcerting. Mainly because my brain started thinking of all the trouble Flapjack might be causing whenever it had an idle moment or two. As much as I hated being his babysitter, it was a job few were qualified to do. Hayward and Gwen could only do so much when it came to the mouthy cat. Flapjack tolerated the two of them, and sometimes I suspected more than tolerated, but he didn't respect them. If either of them tried to lay down the law, he'd laugh in their faces and likely go on ahead with his plan, undeterred. At the same time, it was nice to have some peace and quiet. After our morning surfing class, we'd gone out for an early lunch, and then come back to the house to relax on the back deck by the pool. I'd taken a quick break from lounging to go inside and apply my 4th coat of high-power sunscreen, and wound up sidetracked when Lucas wondered aloud if there was any margarita mix in the tiki bar. Hey, Scar, come here, Lucas called out when I stopped the blender. With a frosty margarita in each hand, I scurried out onto the deck. Lucas was sprawled out on a lounge chair, his muscled body on display in a pair of red and black swim trunks. What's up? I asked, sitting down beside his legs. He took his margarita and handed me his iPad. The photographers just sent over a handful of proofs from the wedding. That was fast. A trill of excitement surged through me as I flipped through the email attachments. The wedding day itself had been such a blur that seeing the photographs was surreal, almost like an out-of-body experience. Tears sprang to my eyes. We look so happy. Lucas took the iPad from my hands and swiped his thumb across my cheek, clearing a stray tear. Last time I checked, we still are. I laughed. You know what I mean. Yeah, I do. His thumb found its way to my chin, and he pulled me closer and kissed me. A shriek pierced the afternoon, and we jumped apart, each looking in a different direction, searching for the source of the scream. Over the last few days, we'd heard plenty of giggly screams coming from over the large privacy wall separating our temporary home from the mansion/reality TV show set next door. This one didn't sound like it had anything to do with a flirtatious game of chicken fight in the pool. Moments later, Gwen burst through the stone privacy wall, and Hayward barreled through one step behind her. Flapjack vaulted over the fence like a show pony and landed on the perfectly manicured grass. I set my margarita aside. "What was that about?" I asked them. "Charlene is dead!" Gwen exclaimed. She looked on the verge of tears. Hayward removed his top hat and held it at his waist.
"It appears one of the young ladies drowned."
"Drowned?" I repeated, surging to my feet. Lucas looked up at me, his brow furrowed. "What?" I gestured toward the stone privacy fence. "Next door. Someone drowned." "Sank like a rock, too," Flapjack interjected. "Might as well have had an anvil tied around her neck with all that fabric." I frowned and looked to Gwen. "What is he talking about?" "Poor Charlene," she said, sagging against Hayward.
"The young lady was wearing a rather extravagant ball gown,"
Hayward explained, awkwardly putting his top hat back atop his head before comforting his distressed lady-love. "A ball gown? What was she doing in the pool wearing a fancy dress?" "Probably forgot her swimsuit," Flapjack quipped. I scowled at the cat. "This is funny to you?"
"We don't know what happened, Lady Scarlet," Hayward interjected. "But with the amount of violence threatened in that house, I wouldn't be surprised if she hadn't intended on going for a swim. The way these ladies behave is, well, it's like nothing I've ever seen before."
"Oh, Hayward," Gwen interrupted. "No one actually means the things that they say. They're just trying to get more attention. Don't be stodgy." Flapjack scoffed. "You do realize that's one of his two modes, right? Stodgy and grumpy."
"That Sasha woman has threatened nearly every woman in that house,"
Hayward argued, his chest puffed out slightly as he spun to look at Gwen.
"She's a menace, and downright unpleasant."
Gwen rolled her eyes. "She does it to get camera time. Everyone knows the house villain gets the most TV time. And with TV time comes more followers on social media and more endorsement deals and future offers. It's all a strategy." Hayward's face screwed up.
"You're saying it's all a game? A farce?"
"Of course it is." Maybe he has 3 modes," Flapjack pondered. "We should add gullible to the list." Hayward glared at the cat, his fingers clenching the brim of his hat. Flapjack grinned up at him. "Careful, stuffy britches. You don't want to damage the silk." Hayward's eyes popped open and he stuffed the hat back onto his head.
"You little—"
I held up my hands. "Okay, hold it, hold it." The 3 of them looked at me. "Someone died. Maybe you can all act a little more sympathetic?" "I'm going back over there," Gwen said, jutting out her chin as she turned back toward the barrier separating the 2 properties. "If Charlene's ghost gets left behind, she deserves a friendly face." "Yeah, right," Flapjack scoffed, right on her heels. "You just want to ask her what it's like to kiss Prince Charming." Hayward watched them slip through to the other side and then looked back at me.
"What should we do, Lady Scarlet?"
A pair of sirens squealed in the distance. "There's nothing we can do, Hayward. Just try to keep those 2 out of trouble." He tapped his fingers to the brim of his hat and then vanished after them. Chapter 3. The ghosts still hadn't returned by the time Lucas and I left the house to go out to dinner. As we pulled out onto the street, I pointed out the large crowd of onlookers gathered in front of the iron gates barring the driveway. "Looks like the vultures are right on schedule." Lucas cringed. The flock appeared to be made up of fanatics and paparazzi, likely amateur, all hoping to get photos of what was going on in the sprawling beachside mansion. I imagined the locals all knew the show was being filmed in the house, and in a small community, word would spread fast. There were gossip magazines and websites that would fork out handfuls of cash to those who managed to snap a picture of the goings-on in hopes of getting a scoop or spoiling the show altogether before it aired. The presence of a fire truck, ambulance, and 2 police cruisers would send up a paparazzi bat signal, for sure. I doubted any of them knew one of the contestants was dead yet. They probably thought someone had a panic attack or maybe a cat fight turned nasty. But drowned? No, they wouldn't see that coming. I wonder what the producers will do, I mused as we drove past the throng. I don't know, but I don't envy Lindsay, Lucas said, shaking his head slowly before shifting his attention back to the road ahead. She probably won't get to sleep for a solid 48 hours. And if she doesn't already have an ulcer, she should probably consider stocking up on antacids. The ghosts seem to think there was foul play involved, I said. They think one of the other girls might have had a hand in the whole thing. Lucas slowed to a stop at a red light and glanced over his shoulder. It wouldn't be the first time, although I can't remember anyone dying before. But yeah, someone could have given her a push. The light changed, and we took off again, turning onto a main road. We had oceanside reservations at a swanky restaurant, and were dressed for the occasion. Lucas in a suit and tie, and me in a wine-colored sleeveless gown. I'd pinned my hair up, but some of the shorter strands had wrestled free of their restraints and fell around my face. As we drove, I flipped down the visor and used the lighted mirror to apply a fresh coat of lipstick. I think it's more shocking that there haven't been more serious accidents and altercations over the years, Lucas said. The producers treat the contestants like caged animals. They take away their phones and refuse them access to TV or the internet. They basically sit around all day gossiping, drinking, and bickering, just waiting until the lead comes around or they go out on a date. The whole situation is designed to be a pressure cooker. The producers and showrunners want them to crack, to go nuts, blow up. It makes for great ratings and makes the story-weaving process a hell of a lot easier. Makes you wonder why anyone would sign up to participate in the first place, I muttered, snapping the visor back into place. The women on the shows are all bombshells, usually with good jobs and friends and family. Why would they want to go through all of that for a 1 in 20-something chance of finding a relationship that, statistically speaking, will implode in 6 months? Lucas hitched one shoulder. Fame, probably. Most of them have some kind of show business dream. Acting, singing, modeling. Some of them do it for the chance to travel. You have to admit, they do go to some really cool places. That's true. If you can survive the gauntlet of insanity long enough to get there, that is. Lucas smiled. I'd rather go on The Amazing Race if I were to do any kind of show like that. I don't know, I said, shaking my head. The timelines always look so crunched. When I travel, I like to take my time. Those people are probably lucky if they manage to snap a blurry selfie as they blitz past the Colosseum or the Taj Mahal. Fair enough, Lucas replied. The $1 million prize would be nice, though, I teased. It would sure make the house hunt easier. Lucas snorted. I thought we weren't bringing that up. I know. I smiled and settled back against my leather seat. We'd rented a luxury SUV for the week. Since Lucas's friend wasn't charging us for the house, we had a bigger budget to play with when it came to our excursions and dining. I planned on soaking it all up, because reality was lurking right around the corner, and I had a feeling it was going to kick like an angry bull when it caught up with us again. The fire truck and ambulance were gone by the time we returned from dinner, and in their place were another half-dozen cop cars, a coroner's van, and a handful of unmarked cars. The gates were open to allow for the extra parking needs, but a uniformed officer stood sentinel where the driveway met the street and seemed to be doing a good job of keeping the looky-loos at bay. What a zoo, Lucas commented as we pulled into our adjacent driveway. I'm having flashbacks to New Orleans, I added with a shudder. Lucas groaned at the shared memory of his own reality TV show days. He'd previously headed up security for the home renovation reality show Mints on the Pillows, and while the crew was on location in New Orleans, a woman had been murdered. I'd been in town visiting him, and the whole thing had spiraled out of control, complete with gaggles of onlookers and a ranting TV psychic who'd claimed to have some connection to the dead. The whole thing had been splashed across the tabloids and media gossip websites, all of it made worse by the psychic, who live-streamed every waking moment to his horde of online fans. Let's just do our best to pretend none of this is happening, Lucas said, killing the engine to the SUV once we were parked in front of the garage. Maybe stay in and watch a movie or something. The backyard might be a no-fly zone for a little while. Works for me, I agreed, before climbing out of the passenger seat. I waited for him to round the front bumper, and we clasped hands as we walked up to the front door. I've been dying to try out that massive jet tub in the master suite. This gives me a good excuse to take a soak. No doubt the Three Musketeers will be busy all night. Lucas paused, keys in hand, and looked at me. Should we brace ourselves for a fourth? I don't think so, I replied. They've been good so far about leaving us alone. On the off chance this woman's spirit lingers, I think the ghosts will keep her away. Uh-huh, he said, with a dubious look. I took the keys and unlocked the door. Come on, I said. We have to put a little faith in them. We do? Lucas asked. I smiled. At least a little. But then, hey, excuse me. We turned at the sound of a male voice and found we'd been followed up the drive. A 30-something man in a black t-shirt and jeans waved a hand and adjusted the black bag slung across his chest. His dark blonde hair was pulled back from his face and secured in a small man bun atop his head. Hey, he said as he got closer, white teeth standing out against his tanned face. He stuck out a hand. I'm Marcus Rush. He said it in a way that made me think we were supposed to recognize it. When we didn't, his smile widened, revealing a dimple in his right cheek. Typical. Mark didn't tell you I was coming, did he? Lucas frowned. No, he didn't. Sorry. Who are you? Mark's listing this place and wanted me to come out and get some photographs, mostly of the backyard. Marcus fished into his front pocket and pulled out a glossy black business card, showcasing information about his self-titled photography business. You can call Mark if you want to run it by him. He probably just forgot to mention it. Lucas took the card and held it up. I'll do that, thanks. Give me a minute. Marcus nodded and then reached for the case hanging at his waist. You mind if I get set up while you do that? Sure, Lucas replied. The photographer thanked him and knelt to the ground to begin assembling his camera. I glanced at Lucas, and he gestured at his eyes with a V shape and then directed it at the photographer. Watch him, he mouthed. I nodded, and Lucas slipped inside. Marcus pushed up from the ground, his camera at the ready. I can't imagine wanting to sell a place like this, I commented, staring up at the house. It's paradise. Marcus chuckled. Oh, I'm sure Mark's just planning to trade it in for an even bigger slice. I sighed. Must be nice. We're from Washington State, so when we're done here, we get home just in time for 9 months of wet and cold. Sounds nice, Marcus teased. You should work for the tourism board. I laughed. I'm sure they'd love to have me. Lucas reappeared, cell in hand. No answer. I left a voicemail, so hopefully he'll get back to me soon. Marcus's face fell and he glanced at his watch. Shoot, I'm in a little bit of a time crunch. I'm supposed to be on the other side of the island by 7. He tapped a foot a few times and then looked up at us. Listen, I get it if you don't want me in the house without Mark's permission, but if I could at least get some exterior shots, it would really save me some time when I come back another time. You know how Mark gets, a real stickler for his schedule. I don't want to wind up empty-handed. Lucas looked at me, and I shrugged. I don't see how it could hurt. All right, Lucas told the photographer. Where do you want to start? Marcus smiled. Thank you so much. You two are lifesavers. Could we start in the backyard? Gotta get that ocean view for the front page of the listing. That's all anyone really cares about anyway, am I right? We led Marcus through the copper gate and into the backyard. Lucas and I wandered up to the deck to stay out of his way. He snapped a few photographs, mostly of the ocean, and a few of the meticulous landscaping, backing up closer to the fence line to get a wide-angle shot. He glanced up at the deck every few shots and offered a smile. Listen, I need to swap out the lenses and get one shot of the full back of the house. It might take me a little while to get it just right. You don't have to wait on me. Enjoy your evening, and I'll get out of here soon. Lucas's eyes narrowed slightly, and I thought he was about to object, but then he wrapped an arm around my waist and shepherded me inside. Is everything all right? I asked, going to the kitchen. You look like something set off your spidey sense. Lucas stood behind the couch. His posture was casual, but his eyes were trained on the backyard, not missing a movement. To anyone else, he might look at rest, but I knew him better than that. He could go from 0 to full throttle in the literal blink of an eye. He was trained for it. He'd been a soldier prior to starting his own security firm, and that ready-for-anything quality hung on tight, even as a civilian. It was part of what made him such an excellent security consultant. He was smart and knew his way around the technical side of the job, and he was just as capable when it came to taking out a threat if the occasion arose. Aha! Lucas sprang into action, bolting back out the door. I stumbled forward and raced behind him back into the yard, just in time to see him tackle Marcus Rush to the ground. The man's camera flew a good 3 feet ahead as Lucas sacked him, and the photographer let out an enraged string of curses. Lucas relented and let the man get to his feet.
"I'm calling the cops," he spat. "You just assaulted me."
"Be my guest," Lucas replied, waving a hand toward the front of the house. "Shouldn't take them long to get here. And then you can explain why you were peeping into their active investigation with a telephoto lens." I stalked across the grounds and picked up the camera. Marcus protested, but Lucas silenced him with a glare. It took me a moment to figure out how it worked, but when I opened the digital file and pulled up the most recent shots, sure enough, he'd been peeping over the high fence into the backyard of the house next door. Jeepers! It's like some kind of Mediterranean palace over there. Travertine tile surrounded a swimming pool filled with deep blue water, with lush greenery tastefully arranged throughout the outdoor living spaces. A pergola peeked out from a canopy of vines and hibiscus flowers in brilliant pinks and oranges. Huge planters overflowed with tropical flowers, and an entire bed of birds of paradise lined the back wall of the swimming pool. It was like something out of a magazine. Well, aside from the sheet-covered body in the middle of it all. Layers of fabric spilled out from under the sheet, evidence of the beautiful ball gown the ghosts had mentioned. Poor girl. What was she still doing out there on the stone like that? It had been hours since we'd heard the screams of what must have been the initial discovery.
"Give me that,"
Marcus shouted, making a grab for the camera. Lucas stepped between him and me.
"Don't touch her,"
he growled. "Who are you, really?" I demanded, holding the camera up above my head.
"My name is Marcus Rush, like I told you. The business card is real. I take photographs, mostly of real estate,"
the man stammered, his eyes never leaving the precariously perched camera.
"But Mark didn't hire you,"
Lucas interjected.
"No, I just know this is his place. I have friends in the business. I made up the story about him selling the place so I could get a couple shots over next door. They aren't letting anyone close, and these photos are going to make me a fortune."
"That's disgusting," I said. Marcus gave an unapologetic shrug.
"That's business."
Glaring, I shoved the camera back at him. Like a giddy child with a package from the toy store, he ripped it from my hands and tore off. He shot through the gate and up the driveway back to the street. Lucas and I followed at a distance. "That was a nice tackle," I said, linking my arm through his. Lucas chuckled. "Good to know all this corporate life hasn't made me too soft." I shook my head and smiled. "You've still got it, babe." Marcus stopped at the end of the driveway, and his shoulders hunched up. He swore loudly, and I stifled a laugh with my fingertips. Lucas glanced at me. "I might have deleted the pictures," I confessed, my grin widening. "Those buttons are so slippery, you know?" Lucas kissed me. "Nice work." "Seriously, though, what a creep," I muttered, shaking my head as Lucas tugged the gate closed. "The poor woman isn't even cold yet, and they're already counting the stacks of money they could get for a picture of her." Lucas frowned and double-checked the latches. "Welcome to the seedy underbelly of reality TV." We went inside and closed the glass doors. The sun was starting to set over the Pacific, and I mentally made a plan to watch it through the huge picture window beside the deep-jetted tub upstairs. "I'm taking a bath," I announced as I started up the stairs. "This a no boys allowed kind of bath?" Lucas asked playfully. I smiled and shook my head. "You're allowed, but I'm filling the tub with all sorts of flowery stuff, so as long as you don't mind smelling like roses and lavender for the next day or two." He quirked his lips to one side, and I laughed. "See you when I get out." Chapter 4. Halfway through my bath, my view of the ocean was obscured by Gwen's semi-transparent form. "Scarlet!" she exclaimed. "There you are!" I sunk a little lower in the tub, gathering bubbles toward myself. "Gwen, get out of here! I'm in the tub!" "Oh, right." The specter swirled around to face the window. "I've been looking all over for you." "Lucas and I went out to dinner," I told her, still frowning at the interruption. At least she hadn't brought... "There you are." "Flapjack," I groaned. "How nice you could join us. Would Hayward like to join the party too?" Gwen laughed. "You're safe there. You know how he gets about bathrooms." "You mean he's respectful of my privacy?" "Yeah, that's a total drag," I huffed. Flapjack jumped up onto the double vanity and observed himself in the mirror. "I'd give that little bit of sarcasm a 7.5 out of 10, Scar. You need to work on your delivery a little. I glowered at him. Oh? And who appointed you the sarcasm king? He twitched his tail. I didn't require appointing. I sighed and sank back in the now lukewarm water. What do you two want? I thought we agreed you'd leave me and Lucas alone. What if we'd been up here, together? Flapjack snickered. Is that a serious question? I think we'd know, Scar. You're not exactly quiet about it. Flapjack! I screeched. He laughed harder, the sound a wheezing purr. Flapjack, Gwen scolded, even as a small smile twitched on her own lips. My cheeks warmed, and I willed a hole to open up underneath the tub. I was defending you to Lucas just now when we got home. I told him the three of you were finally starting to understand our requests for privacy and space. Apparently I spoke too soon. Keep it up and I won't take you home with me. You can figure out how to cross the ocean on your own. Oh no, Scar. Don't threaten to exile us to a tropical island, cruel monster, Flapjack called in mock distress. I narrowed my eyes at him. I'm going shopping for lemon everything tomorrow. Body wash, cleaning spray, air freshener, laundry soap. You won't be able to get away from it. Nowhere will be safe. Flapjack rolled his eyes and flopped over to the vanity, his tail giving the impression of thumping against the cool marble. Yeah, you've made this threat before. That was before I realized you were spying on intimate moments. That is unforgivable. Gwen swooped between us, her hands outstretched. Whoa! No one is spying on you and Lucas while you're making love. Flapjack made a gagging sound. But, Gwen continued, glaring at the cat, we've accidentally stumbled into the apartment when you were, wrapping up. I dunked my head under the water and wondered how long it would take for them to get the hint and go away. I'd probably drown first, which at the moment almost seemed preferable. Scarlet! Gwen's voice was muffled under the water. I ignored her calls until my lungs started to burn. Surfacing, I blew out a harsh breath. What? Why are you here? Why are we talking about any of this? We just thought you might want to know that there's a man climbing one of the trees in the backyard, Gwen said, far too casually. I jolted up, sending a wave of bathwater over the side. What? Lucas is busy speaking with a couple of police officers downstairs in the kitchen, so he hasn't noticed, Gwen added. There are police officers here? I asked. Gwen nodded. 2 of them. Heaving a sigh, I squirmed to the edge of the tub and reached for the towel I'd placed on the floor. Turn around, I barked. Gwen did as I asked. I shot a glare at Flapjack, and after huffing a melodramatic sigh and a string of mutterings about how it was nothing he hadn't seen before, he rolled away and closed his eyes. I threw on a robe and tied the sash as I raced into the hallway. Lucas! Lucas, can you come here? I shouted. Footsteps sounded, and he was halfway up the stairs when I reached the end of the hall. What is it? He asked, his eyes wide. Pointing out the bank of windows behind him, I sputtered, There's a man in the trees out back. Lucas bit off a curse and headed back down the stairs. Quite the pair on this guy, he muttered when he hit the landing. Officers, there's someone trespassing in the backyard. I watched from the top of the stairs as Lucas led 2 uniformed officers outside. When they were gone, I turned back and hurried to the bedroom, throwing on the first pair of leggings and t-shirt I got my hands on. I slipped my feet into a pair of wedge sandals and tossed my robe onto the bed. By the time I got outside, the officers had the man in cuffs. Sure enough, it was Marcus Rush. Quite the pair indeed, I breathed, as the officers marched him around the corner, back in the direction of the neighboring home. Lucas, are you all right? Lucas came toward me, brushing his hands off. Grass stains covered his knees from his earlier encounter with Marcus. Apparently that guy really has a problem with the word no. One of the officers approached us as his partner escorted Marcus away. Thanks for your time, Mr. Green. We'll be in contact if we have any further questions for you. Thank you, Officer Bloom. Have a good night. The officer joined his partner, and I turned to Lucas. When did they get here? I didn't hear the doorbell. I went out to the car to see if I'd dropped my phone between the seat and the door, and they came over to chat. We had a quick cup of coffee. There really wasn't much to say. We don't know anything, or at least nothing helpful. I'll check with Gwen and see if there have been any new developments. She's the one who came to tell me about Marcus. Nodding, Lucas reached up and rubbed the back of his neck. He winced, having forgotten the slight sunburn he'd gotten the day before. They're canvassing the neighborhood to see if anyone saw anything. Sounds like the majority of the camera crew was out on location at the time of the drowning, and the two who stayed behind were filming a cat fight, so no one really saw what happened. They don't have internal cameras mounted? I asked, finding it hard to believe they wouldn't have every inch of the place wired for video and sound. I guess not, Lucas replied with a shrug. There was some big scandal last season. Apparently one of the contestants accused production of leaking videos of her changing onto the internet. So for this season, legal advised them to only use camera people and exterior security cameras. Well, the pool counts as exterior, doesn't it? Lucas frowned. You'd think. The whole thing is so weird. I shook my head. Did the police suspect foul play? Is that why they're asking around? Lucas went into the kitchen, and I followed. 3 coffee mugs sat abandoned on the kitchen island. Lucas took one of them and poured a refill from the fresh pot he'd made sometime while I'd bathed. I don't know. I think they're considering all angles, getting as much information as they can before they make an official determination. I took one of the bar stools, and Lucas held up a clean mug in silent question. Shaking my head, I cleared my throat. No, thank you. If I have one now, I'll never get to sleep. Which, for the record, was starting to sound pretty good before Gwen popped into the bathroom and ruined my whole peace and solitude thing. Lucas paused and glanced around the kitchen and living room. She's still here? Craning around, I scanned the room, too. I guess not. Lucas finished pouring his cup of coffee and returned the carafe to its place. He leaned down and braced himself against his forearms. Surely, if they've been hanging out there all this time, they must know something. I don't know. Earlier, she mentioned some villain in the house, but I don't think she really suspected her of being some kind of killer. I mean, for all we know, this was a tragic accident. A little booze, some sleeping pills, a broken heel, and no one around to help. I shrugged. It seems more plausible than a bachelorette going berserk and drowning a woman in broad daylight, especially when the contestants know they're never really alone in that house. Lucas nodded. You're right. It was probably an accident. Exhaling, I pushed away from the island. I think I'll go rinse off and get ready for bed. Do you still want to go back to surf class tomorrow morning? Lucas straightened, taking his cup of coffee with him. Are you sure you want to go tomorrow? I mean, it's fun, but it's so early. There's got to be an afternoon class we can hit. I planted a hand on my hip. Are you wussing out on me, Green? Lucas grinned. Just making the case for sleeping in, Mrs. Green. I smiled. Ooh, I almost forgot. I get a new identity out of this whole wedding thing. Lucas laughed. Yeah, you have a real Jason Bourne vibe going right now. It's all fun and games until I have to trek to the DMV, I added with a laugh. We can go to the class, Lucas relented, but no teasing me when I fall asleep poolside tomorrow afternoon. Deal. I kissed him. So far, Mr. Green, you're nailing this whole happy wife, happy life thing. What can I say? I never back down from a challenge. I raised an eyebrow. Are you calling me a challenge? Lucas grinned. I'm taking the 5th on that one. Isaac Dinesen said, the cure for anything is salt water, sweat, tears, or the sea. As I sat astride my surfboard, gently bobbing in the waves of the Pacific while watching another fiery Hawaiian sunrise, I had to agree. I couldn't think of any problems as I stared, transfixed by the beauty and serenity of the moment. The real world waiting for me back in Washington felt far away, at least for a little while. There were big decisions to make in the coming weeks, but for the moment, I could shove them to the back of my mind. I focused on each breath, every bob of the waves, the way the sunshine felt on my face. I'd given Mr. Green a reprieve and left him sleeping when he snored through the series of alarms I'd set for us. I'd stop by a coffee shop and get some provisions on the way back to the rental house and brag about how awesome the sunrise was to guilt him into tagging along another time. In all honesty, it didn't bother me to be alone for the morning. We'd never been one of those couples who had to do everything together, and I didn't envision that changing simply because we were now married. Besides, a little alone time can be a great thing. Well, make that some almost alone time.
Lady Scarlet, watch out! That wave looks quite aggressive.
I craned around at Hayward's warning. He and Gwen stood along the shore, supervising. Following Hayward's flapping gestures, I spotted the wave in question and smiled. I can handle it, Hayward. Thanks.
But Lady Scarlet, this is only the beginner's class. Where did that instructor get to? Quite irresponsible of him to leave you out here alone and stranded.
The class had already ended. The surf instructor had moved up the coast, chasing bigger waves. Some of the others in the class were still out on the water like me, enjoying the sunrise. Not in a hurry to paddle back to shore. I don't know why you brought stuffy britches out here, Flapjack said lazily as he floated overhead. He landed on the nose of my surfboard and sat with his back toward me, his tail twitching from side to side. You know he'd encase you in bubble wrap if he could, worrywart. He wanted to be my lookout, I told the cat. Apparently he thinks I'm going to get eaten by a shark. Flapjack snorted. I suppose you're out here looking for fish, I teased. Don't be ridiculous, Flapjack replied. They only smell good when they're dead. Noted. I smiled at his back and the vigilant way he scanned the waters ahead. Don't tell me you're worried about me, too. Flapjack turned his head back and glanced up at me with his silver eyes. Me? No. But just out of curiosity, where's Soldier Boy? I laughed. You are worried. He whipped back around, his shoulders hunched. Lucas slept in this morning, I said, still grinning. When Lucas had first come into my life, neither Flapjack nor Hayward were very happy about it. Watching me fall in love had been hard on both of them, and they hadn't even tried keeping their concerns to themselves, especially Hayward. He'd called Lucas a scoundrel right up until the day Lucas proposed. After that, he'd decided that perhaps he'd been wrong about his initial impressions of him, and now, years later, he looked at Lucas as my protector, able to have my back in a way that he wished he could. Flapjack did his best to be prickly and disgruntled at all times, but there were moments where his marshmallowy center peeked out. For all his flaws, and there were many, he could crumble me into pieces when he showed me his soft side. You two all right? Flapjack asked. I blinked. What do you mean? The cat turned around and sat facing me. You and Lucas. Are you happy? Where is this coming from? I asked. We just got married. Of course we're happy. Why wouldn't we be? I just noticed that you haven't seemed super enthused by the whole house hunting thing. I figured we'd be moved to Seattle by now. And then there's the whole thing with the flower shop. We were wondering if you were having second thoughts. We? I sighed and glanced over my shoulder to where Hayward and Gwen stood, arms linked. If I didn't know any better, I'd ask if Lucas put you up to this. We just want you to be happy, Scar. You know that. I nodded, a swell of emotion in my throat. Of course I do. So, what gives? With a sigh, I looked out across the ocean. So much for leaving my problems behind. The peace and clarity was nice while it lasted. Flapjack, I'm on vacation. I don't want to think about all of that stuff right now. I get it, cats are on vacation 24/7. Us humans aren't as lucky. All right, fine. What do you want me to tell Prickly Cummerbund and the groupie? Smiling, I rolled my eyes. Tell them everything is fine. There's no need to worry. Besides, I thought you three were super busy next door. Well, we were, he grumbled, but the whole murder thing put a damper on that. My eyes widened. Murder? Oh, you hadn't heard? Obviously not. Blondie didn't fall into the pool. She was shoved, Flapjack said. They found bruises on her arms and skin under her fingernails. Whatever happened, she put up a fight. A chill ran through me, and I suddenly wanted out of the water. I leaned forward and started paddling to get myself turned around. Scar? Flapjack asked. You okay? Mm-hmm. I'm just cold. I think it's time to get some coffee and breakfast. Lucas is probably up by now. Chapter 5. Maybe we're some kind of jinx, Lucas said, after I told him about the murder investigation. We're not a jinx, I replied, though it didn't sound as convincing as it had in my head. I just hope they figure it out soon. I wouldn't want to be one of the women in that house, knowing there is a killer on the loose. What I don't get is how they could have missed it, Lucas said. I mean, I get that they couldn't have cameras posted everywhere, but you'd think the pool and outdoor areas would be fair game. If not for the show's purposes, at least for security. I mean, it's not like the ladies run around naked out there or something. I snorted into my coffee. You've clearly never seen the show. Lucas's brows lifted. Hey, you're the one who said they do nothing but sit around drinking and gossiping. When you don't have TV or phones, a little truth or dare can go a long way toward breaking up the boredom. Maybe we should play around, he teased, with a half-cocked grin. Before I could come up with a flirtatious retort, a flurry of whispers carried from around the corner.
We can't. You know what she said,
Flapjack hissed.
But Flapjack, we can't just leave her here alone. Why not? We all had to figure this stuff out for ourselves. I agree with Lady Gwen,
Hayward chimed in. Flapjack scoffed.
Well, color me shocked. Someone call the post.
Flapjack, Gwen warned.
No, really, knock me down with a feather. There's no need to be impolite, Flapjack,
Hayward bristled.
We should give Lady Scarlet a chance to decide.
Is your cravat on too tight?
She said no ghosts.
Scarlet, Lucas asked. I blinked. Sorry, what were you?
Truth or dare,
he said, a suspicious glint in his eyes. What's going on? I drew in a deep breath and thumbed toward the other end of the deck. Larry, Mo, and Curly are over there, being not so inconspicuous. Lucas leaned forward in his seat.
What do they want?
Who knows? I set my paper coffee cup on the table between the two lounge chairs and got to my feet. I'll go get rid of them.
Uh-huh,
Lucas said, leaning back in his chair. He dropped his sunglasses in place and reached for another pastry. Good luck. Frowning, I stalked to the edge of the deck and down the 3 steps to the stone pathway that led to the gate. The trio were whispering near the downspout. Gwen was the first one to spot me. She delivered a silencing elbow to Hayward's ribs. Hayward grunted at the impact, but got the hint and shut up. Hello, Scarlet, Gwen said, flashing a guilty look at the other two. Nice weather today, isn't it? I crossed my arms and stared at the 3 of them. What's going on? They exchanged a glance, attempting to wordlessly get their story straight. I cleared my throat, interrupting the silent conniving. Hayward, what were the 3 of you talking about? Hayward reached up for his hat, his nervous tick. The top hat served as something of a security blanket for him. Hayward, I prompted. He was the most honest among the 3 of them, and I knew that when leveled with a direct question, he wouldn't try to wriggle free of answering.
Well, you see, Lady Scarlet, there's been an interesting development in the case next door.
He started, his eyes shifting between me and Gwen, as if trying to determine which one of us to disappoint.
The young woman, Charlene, well, she's one of us now, I'm afraid.
I slapped my palm against my face and dragged it down slowly. I told them you wouldn't want to hear about it, Flapjack insisted. I spread my fingers and peered at the 3 of them. The cat squeezed between Hayward and Gwen and came to stand before me. I told them to leave you alone. The last thing you need is a strange ghost hanging around begging for answers. Scarlet, she's terrified, Gwen protested. She doesn't know what happened to her, and she's in something of a state of shock.
She's dead. What else is there to say?
Flapjack countered. I removed the hand from my face and held it out toward the trio. Hold on a second. Scarlet, Lucas called from the other side of the deck. Everything all right over there? I sighed. Yeah, one sec, I'll be right there.
Kind of clingy, isn't he?
Flapjack said with a scowl. Gwen sighed happily. I think it's romantic. He can't bear to let you out of his sight. Flapjack made a sound that was reminiscent of his hairball hacking days. No, I said sharply. He doesn't want me getting tangled up in any ghost messes while we're here. This won't be a mess, Scarlet, we promise. I looked at Gwen, not bothering to hide the skepticism on my face. How's that? She clasped her hands together and darted a quick look at Hayward.
We can handle this,
Hayward said, replacing the hat atop his head. He puffed out his chest.
After all, between the 3 of us, we have nearly 2 centuries' worth of experience with being ghosts. Surely we can walk her through the basics without your assistance.
That sounds good, I told him. By now you know the drill. Figure out what's tethering her here, probably the whole murder thing, and wait until it resolves itself. This is a high-profile case. The cops will throw all kinds of manpower at this thing. It shouldn't be too long before the truth comes out. Just try and keep her calm till then.
Bada bing, bada boom,
Flapjack added. I frowned down at him, and he cocked his head to the side. Do I need to start calling you Big Tony or something? I asked. Hayward's mustache twitched as he tried to conceal a smile. Now, I'm going back over there, I continued, pointing back toward Lucas. I'm going to finish my coffee, and then I'm going to slather myself in sunscreen and do a little reading while I wait and see if I can get any kind of tan going here. Flapjack snorted. I hope you packed some aloe. Scarlet, you won't tan if you're caked in sunblock, Gwen said. Her voice had a deflated quality, as if she were disappointed to find I'd learned nothing from her during our time together. It's a 15 SPF, I told her, just enough to protect from damage. In that case, I hope you brought a Costco-sized vat of aloe, Flapjack amended. Scowling at him, I pointed my index finger at the trio. I mean it, guys. This is my honeymoon. I don't mean to sound harsh, but this is really important. Unless this thing turns into an emergency, I expect to be left alone.
Of course, Lady Scarlet. You have our word,
Hayward said. Gwen mumbled her agreement, and Flapjack shepherded them away from the yard. I watched until they'd slipped through the stone wall separating the 2 yards before stomping back over to the pool chairs. Lucas lowered his iPad at my approach. Do I want to know? No, he chuckled.
Let me guess. New ghost in town?
Huffing, I flopped onto my chair and reached for the last half of my muffin. Maybe.
You're going to get involved?
Absolutely not, I exclaimed. I set the ground rules before I even started packing my bags. They know where I stand on the issue. My heart goes out to the woman, but this isn't something I can help with. I swear, sometimes they remind me of a pack of little kids bringing home every lost dog and stray kitten, begging their mom to let them keep it. It's sweet of them to look out for others, Lucas said, pausing for a moment before adding, even when they have terrible timing. I sipped my coffee. I'd much rather they bring me kittens. Fair enough, he replied, with another soft laugh. I'll keep that in mind when my parents ask me about housewarming gift ideas. I choked on the coffee. Oh, yeah, that'll shoot you right to the top of Flapjack's list. Lucas winked at me. I'll risk it. Your funeral, I muttered. He grinned. Hey, at least I know you'll still be my friend even when I'm dead and gone. I don't know. I guess I'd have to ask my second husband how he feels about it, I teased, shooting Lucas a wicked grin. That's it. With a laugh, he jumped up from his chair, and in one swift motion he scooped me up from mine and, over my squeal of protest, threw us both into the deep end of the pool. The ghosts kept their promises, and I didn't see or hear them again for the rest of the day. Lucas and I had a lazy afternoon, and then got dressed up to attend a swanky cocktail party being hosted by one of Mark's friends. He left us tickets and the invitation on the counter. The host was another big-time industry guy. According to Lucas, Mark hadn't taken the hint that he wasn't interested in getting back into show business, but we decided to attend the party anyhow. It was held at a beautiful home about half a mile away and gave us an excuse to get gussied up. Plus, it came with access to free top-shelf booze and a myriad of catered goodies. I wore a lavender one-sleeve dress made from some kind of frothy material that moved beautifully and made me feel like Grecian royalty. I styled my hair in accordance, doing my best to tuck away all the stray tendrils under 2 beaded gold headbands. The look on Lucas's face when I descended the stairs made the hour spent in the bathroom and the curling iron burn on my middle finger all worthwhile. The party was more fun than I'd expected, although I spent a lot of it smiling and nodding as Lucas introduced me to people he'd met along the way during his time in reality TV security. Several of them told him to give them a call if he ever wanted work. He graciously declined the offers, but there was a part of me that started to wonder if he missed his old life. He'd been able to travel quite a bit with his new job, but it wasn't as boots on the ground as he might have liked. There was a lot of corporate red tape to navigate, and each job came with a mountain of paperwork and long meetings spent clashing with others over differing opinions on how best to carry out the job. When he'd owned his own security company, he'd called the shots and was able to keep his business light and flexible, able to change on the fly depending on the circumstances encountered. Now, he was bogged down in busy work and spent more time in boardrooms than he would have liked. We enjoyed the food and drinks and the company for a few hours, excusing ourselves a little after 10 o'clock. The house was close enough that we'd opted to walk, and on our way home, we decided to walk on the sand instead of the street. We kicked out of our shoes and clasped hands as we started the trek. The tide was out, so we stuck to the shoreline. "That was fun," I said, somewhat awkwardly. Lucas nodded. "There were a lot more familiar faces than I'd expected. Everyone says it's a small world, show business, but that pretty well proved it. Apparently you're a hot commodity. How many business cards did you get tonight? It had to be at least 6. "I wasn't really counting," he replied. "Do you think you'd ever consider using any of them? To get a job, I mean?" He looked down at me, our pace slowing. "I have a job." I sighed. "I know that. I just mean, being there with all those people, did it stir up any of the old times?" Lucas considered the question as we walked a few more feet ahead. Then he shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe a little. But that's all it is, the past. I like where I'm at now. That kind of life, working on a show like that, would make it all but impossible for us to ever start a family. And believe me, I don't miss the discount hotels, living out of a duffel bag, the long days, or the endless takeout." I smiled up at him. "Well, when you put it that way." He laughed and squeezed my hand. "Trust me, I'm happy where I'm at." We turned away from the ocean and walked up the slight incline toward the houses. A group of people stood around a decent-sized bonfire just a few yards away from the back gate of our temporary home. As we neared, I spotted Gwen and Hayward among the group enjoying the fire's warmth. Gwen spotted me and shot toward me like a cannonball. "You don't have to say anything, but you should know that we lost Charlene," she said. I raised an eyebrow. "We told her we were going to help her adjust to being a ghost, and that she probably wouldn't even be a ghost for too long, because of what you said about the murder being solved soon and all that. She looked a little overwhelmed, so we told her to take a walk. She left this afternoon and never came back." I glanced around the fire and realized that all of the women gathered around it were wearing heavy makeup, and one of them clutched a handful of tissues in one hand and the corners of a thick flannel blanket with the other, keeping it around her shoulders. Gwen followed my gaze. "Oh, that's Gracie. She had a date tonight with Corey, the star of the show, and she came back 20 minutes later in tears. Some of the other girls thought a bonfire with s'mores and wine would help." "Scarlett?" Lucas prompted as my steps slowed. "Everything okay?" His deep voice drew the attention of a few of the ladies, and they waved. "Hi, you want a s'more?" a redhead offered, holding up a bag of jumbo marshmallows. "Oh, no, but thank you," Lucas replied, smiling politely at the women. "Oh, come on, please. We're desperate to talk to someone outside of this fishbowl we've been living in," a brunette begged. "Well, someone besides those detectives," a blonde added, "although that Detective Markowitz is kind of sexy." A few of the other ladies hooted and catcalled in agreement. The redhead skewered a marshmallow onto an iron stick. She lowered it into the fire and glanced up at us. "You guys live next door, right? I think I saw you when I was leaving for one of our dates the other day." "We're borrowing the house," I replied, "for our honeymoon." "You just got married? How romantic," the redhead replied with a wide grin. "You're one lucky girl," one of the blondes commented, eyeing Lucas with a hungry glint in her eyes. I smiled and linked my arm through Lucas's. "Thank you." "I'm sure you heard about what happened," one of the brunettes added. "We did," I replied with a solemn nod. "I'm surprised you're all still here. Isn't the house basically a crime scene now? Or did the police wrap up already?" "No, but the producers worked their magic to get the house released back to them, so they didn't have to fork out the cash to put us up in a hotel for another night," the blonde scoffed. "Cheapskates. It's not like any of them even asked if we were okay with coming back here. I mean, it's morbid. Someone died here." "Her name was Charlene," one of the other brunettes snapped. "That's Darla," Gwen whispered in my ear. "She was Charlene's roommate and is taking it the hardest. They'd become fast friends." "We know, Darla," the blonde replied, rolling her eyes a little as she leaned forward to retrieve the stemless wine glass she'd had nestled in the sand at her feet. "What I really want to know is why Corey is in such a bad mood tonight," the brunette closest to the teary bachelorette asked. "Do you guys think he has anger issues? Don't these producers do some kind of screening process before they do casting?" The blonde with the wine glass snorted. "Doubtful. Or if they do, it's only so they can throw a couple of crazies into the mix. Case in point, Psycho Coco." The women collectively groaned. "Coco?" I asked. "She's Corey's in-real-life ex-girlfriend," one of the women offered. She found out he was doing the show and flew down here to crash his party. For some unknown reason, Corey agreed to let her stay, and she's been making this place hell for the rest of us. The producers made him keep her, Gwen told me. I was there. They basically said she'd be good for the ratings, and that if he didn't keep her around for at least a few weeks, he could kiss any future gigs with the show goodbye. None of the contestants know that, though. They think he's still hung up on her. I wanted to ask Gwen if Sasha was among the women gathered at the fire. She was the one Hayward had fingered as the top suspect. Well, she can have him as far as I'm concerned, the teary woman said, dabbing at her eyes with the tissues. Corey isn't the prince you all think he is. I'm leaving here first thing tomorrow morning, and I can't wait to get on the plane. The blonde rolled her eyes and tossed back the last of the wine glass's contents. Gracie had a rough night. You'll have to excuse her. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, looking at Gwen to see if she had the details. I wasn't sure why I cared, but it was something like a train wreck, and I couldn't quite look away just yet. We'll leave you to it, Lucas added. We should get back. Early morning surf class, you know. Too much estrogen for you, huh? The redhead teased. Lucas chuckled. Something like that. They're honeymooners, one of the brunettes interjected. Why would they want to hang out with us? We probably reek of heartbreak and desperation. Lucas took my hand and quickened his pace as I waved goodbye to the ladies gathered around the bonfire. Gwen stayed behind, settling onto a log beside the teary-eyed bachelorette. Somehow I knew I'd get the full story in the morning, whether I wanted it or not. Chapter 6. It was a little after 1 a.m. when I finally stopped trying to fall asleep and got out of bed. Lucas was snoring in his usual rhythm as I tiptoed out of the room. Hayward and Flapjack were downstairs in the living room, puzzling over one of the coffee table books that had been left open for display. I turned on a light and they both looked up. What are you two doing here? I asked, padding to the kitchen. You know, you could at least leave the TV on when you abandon us. Flapjack groused, his tail flicking.
Did we disturb you, Lady Scarlet?
Hayward asked. No, I just couldn't sleep. I opened the fridge and pulled out a glass bottle of fresh-pressed juice. One of those restless nights, I guess.
Is there anything we can do to help?
Flapjack leaped up onto the back of the couch. You could go out to the beach and join the little ya-ya sisterhood circle they've got going. That should put you right out. Hayward's mustache twitched.
Oh, come now, Flapjack. It wasn't all that bad.
I ducked out when they started comparing makeup brands, Flapjack countered. I figured feminine products were next on the agenda, and I really didn't want to be there for that.
Flapjack!
Hayward exclaimed, his eyes wide. I laughed and snapped the lid off the bottle. Even after spending more of his afterlife in the postmodern world than not, he still got squeamish about anything that wandered outside the lines of his old-world propriety. He still refused to kiss Gwen if others were around, a quirk that drove her batty. We were down there earlier. I'm surprised they're still out there. Isn't it getting kind of cold? Gwen's in seventh heaven, Flapjack said. I think she might start following the show around from location to location.
She wouldn't do that,
Hayward said, though there was a glimmer of worry in his eyes. I don't think you have anything to worry about, Hayward. Gwen is a creature of habit more than anything. She'd miss Beechwood too much to ever leave for long. Besides, she has you.
Perhaps,
Hayward replied, looking down at his gloved hands.
It's just that I'm not at all certain what I have to offer her.
Hayward, where is all this coming from? I asked, carrying the juice into the living room. Flapjack moved to one end of the couch, and I took the opposite corner. Did you two have a fight or something?
No, nothing like that, he replied. But it's been quite some time now, and I'm not sure she finds me interesting anymore.
I shot Flapjack a death glare just as he started to open his mouth. Gwen is a heart-on-her-sleeve kind of gal, I said. I think if she were unhappy with your relationship, she would say so. If this is about the whole reality show thing, I wouldn't worry too much. It's hard to compete for her attention with so much excitement. Things will settle down again once we're back home.
That's just it, Lady Scarlet. I don't think she wants to be settled down.
Hayward swept across the room and stood at the glass wall, looking out toward the dot of fire on the beach.
And I'm not sure how much longer I can feign interest in what color Susie Gregor dyed her hair. or the new weight loss program Kendra Kimball is starting. I don't care about book clubs or Tupperware parties or reality TV shows."
Flapjack blinked and then slid a glance at me. Hayward was my deeply rooted oak tree. He could withstand anything. Hearing the distress in his slightly raised voice had the impact of an air horn blaring in my ear. "You know, Hayward, to me it sounds like Gwen might not be the one getting bored with the relationship," I said gently. "Before we speculate what she's thinking or feeling, have you considered what you want?" Hayward stood still for a long time, unmoving. "You okay over there, Stuffy Britches?" Flapjack asked, trying to infuse some levity into the somber moment. Slowly, Hayward turned and met my eyes.
"I find I'm not quite sure anymore, Lady Scarlet."
A prickle of sadness needled at me. Had I been so busy that I'd overlooked the pain of one of my dearest friends and companions? How had I missed it?
"Perhaps it's just a touch of nostalgia," Hayward said, attempting a smile. "I've been reminded of my own wedding day, and my honeymoon all those years ago."
"Do you think you could picture that kind of future with Gwen?" I asked. "I know she could never take the place of your dear Mary. No one can. But maybe that's what you're realizing? That you want something more?" Hayward gave a dry chuckle.
"I'm not sure ghosts marry."
"Well, why not? I mean, your future is your own, isn't it? When we first met, you were desperate for adventure. You wanted to get out of London and see the world, so that's what you did. Why should this be any different?" Hayward considered this for a long moment, and then nodded.
"I suppose you're right, Lady Scarlet. It is my afterlife."
"I think you need to talk to Gwen. Maybe not now, but when we get back to Beechwood Harbor. You need to sit her down and tell her what you're feeling. It's only fair, Hayward. Give her a chance to share what's on her mind. You might be pleasantly surprised by the answers."
"I hope so,"
Hayward said. His voice was calm and smooth again, its usual timbre, but a haunting sadness still lingered in his eyes. "Hayward," the ghost surged up from the floor before I could finish my thought.
"I think I'll go for a walk. The moon is nearly full. I think she'll make good company tonight. Thank you for listening to the ramblings of an old man, Lady Scarlet."
He offered a kind smile, but I couldn't see past the lines at the edges of his silvery eyes. "What about me?" Flapjack asked.
"You as well, Flapjack. Thank you, and good night."
He flickered out of sight, reappearing on the other side of the glass doors a moment later. Flapjack scoffed. "You know he's out of it when he doesn't take my bait." Silently, I finished the juice and rinsed the bottle out. Glancing up from the sink, my gaze gravitated toward the bonfire. It was burning as brightly as it had when Lucas and I had gone to bed. From the distance, I couldn't see Gwen or make out how many people were still gathered, but I had a gut feeling that Gwen would be out there. Did she even realize Hayward wasn't with her? What had he told her he was going to be doing? I placed the bottle in the recycling bin underneath the sink and then went to get my lightweight jacket from the peg beside the front door. Flapjack materialized beside me as I crossed back through the house. "You're going to talk to Gwen, aren't you?" I frowned down at him and opened the back door. "So what if I am?" "You're the one who just told Hayward to wait until we're back home," he pointed out. "I just don't want either of them to get hurt, Flapjack. They're my friends. I won't break Hayward's confidence, but it can't hurt to see if Gwen's in a similar mindset." I slipped the jacket on and flipped up the collar to ward off the breeze. It wasn't Washington cold, of course, but it was still a little chilly. "You know, you act all tough and unfeeling, but we both know you'd miss Hayward like crazy if he leaves." "He's not leaving. We are, remember? You're moving to Seattle, eventually. I'll go with you. He's staying in the harbor. For her." I shrugged it off, even as I felt my nerves cinching tighter. All the more reason for me to make sure they're in a good place before we leave, don't you think? "You're meddling." "So?" Flapjack laughed. "For all your protesting, you aren't truly happy unless you're in the midst of everything. That's why you can't sleep. You want to know what happened next door. You're worried about the poor little orphan ghostie. Now you're all worried about Hayward and Gwen's relationship." I stopped walking and glared down at the cat. "Do you have a point? You're making it sound like caring is a bad thing." Flapjack sat down and tucked his fluffy tail around himself until it covered his front paws. "When are you going to tell him?" "Tell who what?" "When are you going to tell Lucas that you don't want to move to Seattle?" I sputtered, reeling around for a reply. When the words wouldn't come, I threw my hands into the air. "Come off it, Scar. Who knows you better than I do? You think you can hide things from me? That you can fool me like you do the rest of them, but it doesn't work. Not on me. I can see right through it." "Where is all this coming from?" I demanded. "One second we're talking about Hayward and that whole thing next door, and now you're tossing me this curveball?" Flapjack didn't reply. He blinked slowly. "You're wrong, Flapjack. I'm moving to Seattle. I'm not stalling or something." "You're looking for a distraction." With a huff, I propelled myself forward and stalked outside, across the deck and down into the backyard. I didn't stop to look if Flapjack was following. I threw open the back gate and let it slam closed behind me. I hadn't bothered to put shoes on, and my bare feet sank into the loose sand. "Insane cat," I grumbled, kicking the sand away. "Who does he think he is? Some two-bit psychic mind reader? Huh!" I whipped around to see if he'd followed, but I was alone. "Good riddance," I muttered, heading for the bonfire. So what if I was curious about what had happened next door? Who wouldn't be? True crime stories were always interesting. At least I cared about things beyond finding my next stinky fish pile to roll around in. Flapjack might be a ghost, but he still needed to get a life. "Hey, you're back." One of the eligible bachelorettes waved to me from the bonfire. She held up a wine bottle and jiggled it with a grin. "We just opened another bottle. You want a glass?" Gwen wasn't among the faces gathered around the flames. I briefly glanced around, wondering if she'd spotted Hayward and wandered off down the beach after him. I hoped so. "I'm Aurora," the blonde with the wine said as I took a seat. "Scarlet," I said, staring down at the chair. It wasn't one of those flimsy camping-style chairs. It looked like it was solid wood from a proper dining set. Aurora laughed and handed me a glass. "We had a couple of set gophers bring them out. None of us wanted to sit in the sand and get all dirty." "Right, good thinking." I nodded and then sipped at the wine. It tasted expensive. No doubt another perk of being reality TV starlets, no matter how fleeting the role may be. "Scarlet, this is Denise, Ravenna, Jamie, and that's Darla," Aurora said, gesturing at the women as she introduced them. "It's nice to officially meet you all," I said with a smile. Ravenna, one of the brunettes, leaned forward, bracing her elbows on her knees as a wine glass dangled from one hand. "So, tell us about how you nabbed that handsome hubby of yours," she purred. "Have you heard of the show Mints on the Pillows? It's a home renovation show." A few of the ladies nodded. "Well, he used to run security for the show, and they were in my town renovating a historic home into a bed and breakfast." I paused, unsure how to end the story. I couldn't include the part where we'd originally been thrown together to battle an out-of-control manifesting ghost. "I'm a florist, and the show hired me to do some arrangements for the big reveal. I met Lucas on set, and things just kind of took off from there." It was technically true. I'd been doing flowers for the Lilac House ever since, in fact. The bachelorettes swooned. "That's so romantic," Jamie exclaimed. "You should write Hallmark and sell your story," Ravenna added. I smiled at them. "You think?" "Definitely," Aurora insisted. "Was your wedding super dreamy?" Jamie asked. "I'll bet it was." Ravenna nodded enthusiastically in agreement. "Tell us about your dress." I indulged them in wedding details as we shared a glass of wine. It was clear they'd all been drinking for some time now, but none of them were drunk. Or if they were, they hid it well. They oohed and awed at all the right places, and by the time I reached the bottom of my own glass, I'd forgotten all about my little spat with Flapjack and Hayward's melancholy confessions. Somehow, the topic segued into bad relationships, and we swapped horror stories from dating days gone by. As the stories grew progressively worse, it became a little clearer what had drawn all of them to enlist in the reality show to find love. My own spotty dating history prior to Lucas was no match for their collective cautionary tales from the romance freak show of online dating apps. I silently thanked whatever part of my subconscious had steered me away from ever signing up with one. "So, Tell me, what's it like all dating the same guy? That has to be awkward, right? I asked, when Aurora cracked open a fresh bottle and poured us all another glass. You all seem to get along so well. Aurora laughed and passed me my glass. We do, at least when Corey isn't around. What's he like? I asked. It sounded like he was getting mixed reviews when I was out here earlier. Oh, that, Ravenna said, flapping her hand. Gracie was just upset about her date. She and Corey didn't have chemistry. It happens. Why aren't the cameras out here now? Are you off the clock? I didn't think that was a thing in the reality TV biz. Oh, Sasha is making sure they have plenty to film back up at the house, Aurora said, giving the others a knowing look. Ravenna groaned. God, that woman is awful. My antenna went up at the mention of Sasha. Who is she? I asked. She's this bossy lawyer chick from Jersey. She thinks she knows everything and that she's some kind of princess here to meet her prince. I honestly don't know why Corey didn't cut her last week. They don't even look good together. Although I don't know who would look good with a girl like that. Between the fake orange tan and the even faker designer clothes, she's a hot mess. Hey, we should probably be thanking her, Denise interjected. After all, she keeps the film crew busy so we can sneak out for nights like this. Aurora raised her glass. I'll drink to that. To Sasha, the others said, clinking glasses with each other. They dissolved into giggles and more cracks about Sasha's fashion sense, or rather, lack thereof. And I noticed that Darla hadn't said anything. She held a wine glass but hadn't taken a sip as long as I'd been sitting there. I remembered what Gwen had said about her and Charlene being friends. I know what we should do, Aurora announced, hopping up from her seat. She wobbled a little as she leaned forward and placed her glass back in the sand. Straightening, she beamed. Let's go skinny dipping. Jamie and Ravenna exchanged a grin, then jumped to their feet. Denise took a little convincing, but after a few moments, she caved and let Ravenna and Jamie lead her toward the ocean. Aurora turned back toward me and beckoned me to follow. I waved my hands and laughed. Oh, no, you'll have to go without me. I'm old and married now, remember? The ladies giggled and tore off toward the water, stripping out of their layers as they went. Ravenna got tangled in her yoga pants and toppled over into the sand. I stifled a laugh before shooting a guilty look at Darla. Are you going too? She shook her head. No, I think I'll get back to the house and try to sleep. It's been a long couple of days. I wanted to say something comforting, but my brain was just fuzzy enough around the edges that I came up empty. It was nice to meet you. Thank them for the wine, will you? Sure, she replied, getting to her feet. I finished off the glass of wine, hoping it would be just what I needed to help me drift off to sleep. When it was gone, I carefully put the glass on one of the empty chairs and then headed back to the house. I didn't see Flapjack anywhere in the backyard, and a pang of guilt nipped at me. A disembodied voice came from the shadows, but it wasn't Flapjack. Scarlet, we have a problem, Gwen said, swooping into view from the corner of the back deck. I climbed the handful of steps up to the deck. What is it? I asked, my voice wary. Gwen's expression twisted as she worked her fingers together. I think I know where Charlene is. Where? I asked, peeking past her as if expecting the ghost to appear. She's taken over the bachelor, Corey, and she's terrorizing the other contestants. Gracie's date this afternoon wasn't with the real Corey. It was with Charlene. My stomach plummeted, and I borrowed a phrase from my witch friend, Holly. Well, bat wings. Chapter 7. Okay, start at the beginning, I said, perched on the edge of a lounge chair. Gwen, what makes you think Corey's being possessed? Gwen floated nervously in front of me, pacing from one planter to another and back again. Well, after listening to Gracie talk about her date, I started to worry about Corey. See, up until she died, Charlene was the frontrunner. Everyone in the house assumed she would be the winner in the end of this whole thing. It would be upsetting for anyone to die in the middle of filming, but if Corey was already picturing a future with Charlene, then it would be even more traumatic. He was falling in love with her. Yeah, her and about a dozen other bombshells, I muttered. Gwen stopped pacing and looked at me, her expression almost wounded, as if she couldn't believe I wasn't as enamored with the show as she was. Sorry, I said quickly. I just think this whole process is a little unnatural. What Corey and Charlene had was real, Scarlett. TV show or not, they cared about each other. You know, the night before she died, he snuck out of his hotel and came here to the house and picked Charlene up. The producers knew about it, of course, but they kept it a secret from the other girls. Is that even possible? I mean, it's a decent-sized house, but don't they kind of pack them in like sardines? Sardines. I jumped at the sound of Flapjack's voice and turned just as he fully materialized in the chair beside mine. Flapjack, good. We might need your help, Gwen said. Gwen thinks Charlene is possessing Corey and using his body while she scares off the other contestants, I added. He didn't look at me, and I could almost feel a chill radiating from him. Flapjack, I asked, this Charlene's been dead less than 2 days. You really think a baby ghost like that could manifest? Let alone do a full-on possession? Hardly. My mouth twisted to one side. He has a point, Gwen. Manifesting isn't exactly Ghost 101, and a full-on possession is even harder than that. Even if she wanted to take over Corey, how would she know what to do? Doesn't that kind of power come from emotions? Gwen asked. I can't think of a more explosive powder keg of emotions than 6 weeks living through this process. You can practically feel all the pent-up tension zinging around when you fly through that house. Jealousy, loneliness, insecurity, homesickness, lust, love, longing, it's all there. I tilted my head, conceding that point to Gwen. I guess after everything we've seen and heard, we shouldn't write off anything as being an impossibility. But Gwen, you still haven't said what makes you think Charlene is doing this. I mean, Corey snapped at this Gracie woman, but maybe he was just having a bad time on the date and missing Charlene. Grief expresses itself in different ways. You didn't let me finish the story, Gwen replied, a twinge of impatience in her voice. I left the bonfire and went to find Corey. He's staying at a hotel just up the beach from here. It took me a little time to find his room, but when I did, he was lying flat on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. He wasn't blinking. It was spooky. And then, before I could figure it out, Charlene came flying out of his chest. Holy mackerel, Flapjack exclaimed. My pulse pounded a little harder. Did she see you? I don't think so. I was so scared. I jumped back so fast I slid halfway through the neighboring suite. I thought about confronting her, but I didn't know what she would do, so I flew straight back here instead. You did the right thing, I told her, bobbing my head as I tried to put together a plan. Lucas wouldn't like it, but I couldn't walk away now. He would understand. I'm supposed to meet her tomorrow morning on the beach, Gwen said, her hands working together again. She wants us to be friends, I guess. What time? I asked. 10, after the rest of the contestants leave for the spa. They're all getting massages tomorrow morning after going on a hike with Corey. My eyes widened. A hike? Gwen nodded. They're supposed to summit for a sunrise breakfast together. Mimosas, breakfast pastries, all that. You don't think she's planning to hurt any of the other contestants, do you? I mean, what if she plans on taking Corey's body out for another spin, and this time she's using more than insults to mark her territory? Gwen shuddered. I hadn't thought about that. Of course not, Mary Poppins, Flapjack replied, his tone tart. Leave her alone, I snapped. Flapjack stood with a scowl and winked out of sight. Gwen blinked and then glanced at me. What was that all about? Don't ask, I sighed. We've got bigger things to worry about right now. Gwen, I need you to find out what hike they're going on. Lucas and I can arrange to go at the same time. We'll stay out of the way, of course, but if Charlene tries anything, we'll be close enough to help. You think Lucas will go along with that? She asked. He won't love it, mostly because it will mean waking up before sunrise. But he'll do it if I ask him to. I glanced at my watch and tapped a button to illuminate the face. It was already creeping up on 3 a.m. The bonfire was dwindling, and it looked like the skinny dippers were finally going back inside and calling it a night. Safe to say, we were all going to be in for a rude awakening. Literally. Remind me again, why are we doing this? Lucas grumbled, stepping into a pair of navy cargo shorts. I didn't even pack hiking boots. Is the trail rugged? Do we need walking sticks? I'd managed a quick cat nap before the alarm went off. It had only taken Gwen a few minutes to get the details for the hike because one of the trailers parked in front of the beachfront mansion contained all the production equipment and notes. A large whiteboard had a printed itinerary taped to it, and she'd not only gotten the times, but the exact trailhead. As soon as she'd returned with the intel, I dragged myself upstairs, set the alarm, and crashed into bed beside a snoring Lucas. The only thing saving me from a complete mutiny was the fact that I'd thought ahead and set the coffee maker up ahead of time. I waved a large thermos in front of him, letting the steaming coffee waft toward his nose. I made it extra strong. Grumbling, he took the thermos and drank deeply. In a nutshell, Ghost Bachelorette is taking the bachelor's body for a joyride, and we need to be there to step in before she tries to throw one of the other contestants off a cliff, I said, my voice somewhat muffled as I struggled into a hooded sweatshirt we'd picked up at a gift shop our first day on the island. Lucas stared at me, and then took another long pull from the thermos. I grinned. Hey, I did promise you would never be bored if you stuck around.
In this case, bored sounds amazing.
I narrowed my eyes and chucked him a ball cap. Come on, we have to go. I want to get to the trail before production, otherwise they might turn us away. Gwen and Hayward accompanied us to the hiking trail. The two sat together in the back seat on the drive over, and everything seemed fine between them. Hayward was a little more reserved than usual, but Gwen likely took it as him being focused on the task at hand. I tried not to watch them too closely, not wanting to risk raising suspicion. Flapjack wasn't around, and I was torn between feeling relieved that we wouldn't have to deal with his smart-aleck commentary and feeling uncomfortable with the tension when I thought about the things he'd said to me the night before. I'd unpack it when we got back home, right along with the laundry and the souvenirs. I could make time for a little existential crisis while I uploaded my vacation photos to the cloud. Uh-oh, Gwen said. Looks like they beat us here. I sighed as I spotted the white Sprinter vans, their back doors open to reveal production equipment. 2 camera people milled about, setting up for shooting. A blonde woman wearing a pair of jeans and a flannel shirt gestured around, occasionally speaking into a walkie-talkie. Oh, wait! Isn't that Lindsay? I asked, pointing her out.
Looks like it,
Lucas said, pulling in beside one of the vans. The hiking trail had a tiny little clearing for parking, and the network vehicles took up most of the room.
I'll go talk to her. She can probably give us clearance to go ahead on the trail.
Good thinking. Hayward and Gwen slipped through the side of the SUV, and I followed after them. We hung back while Lucas strode over to approach Lindsay. She was surprised to see him, but her face quickly lit up in a megawatt smile. What kind of whitening treatment do you think she uses? I asked Gwen. Gwen laughed. Don't tell me you're jealous of her. I'm not jealous, I snapped. I just think she has very white teeth. Gwen gave me a sly smile. Uh-huh. Forget it, I replied, rolling my eyes. Lucas would never cheat on you, Gwen said.
If he did, I'd haunt him forever,
Hayward declared, all but throwing his dukes up.
Why, I'd round up the nastiest ghosts I could find and make sure he never had a moment's peace for the rest of his days.
My eyes widened, and I tried to hold back a laugh at the way his chest puffed out. Thanks, Hayward, but I don't think that will be necessary. Of course it won't, Gwen added. Lucas is crazy about you. Or maybe just crazy, I muttered. I did drag him out of bed at 4 a.m. on our honeymoon to chase a renegade ghost and a pair of lovesick single women up a big hill. Hayward settled back down to earth.
Well then, perhaps you should buy him a large stack of pancakes when this is over.
Noted, I replied with a laugh. Believe me, I already know he loves me. I've got the ring and paperwork to prove it. The man in question turned and gestured for me to come over. Good morning, Scarlett, Lindsay said politely when I tucked myself under Lucas's arm. You two are certainly squeezing the most out of every minute of your trip. I don't know many honeymooners who would be up for a sunrise hike. Oh well, I guess we're just thrill seekers, I said, matching her placid smile. A passenger van pulled up and eased into the last remaining spot at the base of the trail. The sliding doors opened, and half a dozen ladies piled out. They all looked like they'd just come from shooting an REI catalog, decked out in brand new gear, boots, and packs, with their hair and makeup flawless, if not a tad overkill, considering the setting. Aurora spotted me and waved. Oh, hi, Scarlett. What are you two lovebirds doing here? She was surprisingly alert, considering the wine and lack of sleep. It actually wasn't fair how put together she looked, without a trace of dark circles under her eyes. If I found myself back at the bonfire before the trip was over, I needed to get her concealer tricks and tips. Lucas and I were going to do the hike, I replied, as the bouncy blonde came over. She gave Lucas another slow perusal, and a flicker of irritation spiked in my belly. We were just sweet-talking Lindsay into letting us get a head start. Turning back to the producer, I pressed my palms together in supplication. We promise we'll stay out of the filming and we won't linger at the summit for too long. Lucas gave a resigned look, realizing he wasn't going to be able to talk me out of going. We can sign a waiver if we happen to wander into frame. Aha! Aurora said, spinning her index finger in a circle as she pointed it my way. I see what's going on here. You want to get in on some of the reality TV money. Well, you should know, we don't actually get paid for being here. You don't? I asked, genuinely shocked. Aurora shook her head. Nope, not a penny. It's all for love. She flashed a wicked grin over her shoulder at some of the other ladies I'd met the night before. Right, girls? Ladies, I need you to go get mic'd up, Lindsay interjected, her voice crisp. You need to be ready to go as soon as Tad gets back from getting some background footage of the sunrise. Aurora gave a little finger waggle and trotted off with the others to see a pair of sweaty-looking men in dockers and polo shirts standing by one of the vans. Lindsay sighed when they were out of earshot. Trust me, not one of those girls are here for love. Aurora has a dating advice podcast and is here to drum up exposure for it. Ravenna has a clothing line and wants to become Insta-famous. Jamie wanted to travel and get some stamps in her passport. And Denise is just hoping to make her ex-boyfriend jealous enough to ditch his heiress girlfriend and start begging to get her back. I blinked. How do you know all that? It's my job to know, Lindsay said. I basically have them in my ear 24/7. If I'm going to weave together a proper story, I have to see all the threads. Do any of them actually like Corey? I asked. Lindsay shrugged. He's good-looking, has money. They could do worse. Doesn't exactly sound like any of them were motivated to kill for him, Gwen said, voicing my own train of thought. Is my core here already? A raven-haired woman asked, sauntering up to Lindsay. Glancing past her, I saw Aurora sticking a finger in her mouth, feigning a gag. That's Coco, Gwen informed me. Aha, the ex. Well, we better get going, Lucas said, placing one hand at the small of my back. Good luck with the shoot. He steered me forward, thanking Lindsay before we went to the mouth of the trail. Coco and Core? I covered my mouth to stifle a giggle. Lucas's expression twisted. Huh? Coco, I said, thumbing at the raven-haired beauty scowling at everyone else as she got her mic pack attached. She's Corey's ex-girlfriend, like pre-show. Did you hear her just now? She calls him Core? If that isn't the capital of Barf City, then I don't know what is. I think you've been spending too much time with Flapjack, Lucas teased. Irritation pricked at the back of my neck, and I drew in a breath and started up the trail. Never mind. Let's just get going, I said. We couldn't linger too much longer, or Lindsay might change her mind about letting us go on ahead. A small wooden placard said it was a 1 3/4 mile hike, and good for beginner to intermediate hikers due to the incline. This doesn't sound too bad, Lucas noted, gesturing at the sign. What's the plan, exactly? How are you going to know if this manifesting thing is happening? I think we should find the most potentially dangerous spot on the trail and maybe, conveniently, stop there for some selfies or something. That way, we can wait until the group goes past and keep an eye on them. If Charlene/Corey tries anything, we'll be there. And if she's taken hold of the wheel, how are you planning on getting it back? Lucas asked. Gwen appeared beside me. Scarlett, She stopped short and grabbed for my arm. Corey was a few yards away, and he wasn't alone. Chapter 8. You thought you could slip out without me noticing, a female voice purred. Silly Corey. Don't you know we belong together? Corey flinched, whirling around, his eyes frantic. Please, I'll do anything you want, but please leave me alone. Don't go back inside my head. I didn't have to ask Gwen if the female ghost swirling around Corey like a great white was Charlene. For one, the fluffy ball gown was a dead giveaway. No pun intended. Secondly, I'd seen photos of her when I'd looked up the story online while I drank my coffee. Leave you alone? The ghost repeated, shimmering back in front of Corey.
Never again. We're destined to be together, Corey. Forever.
Phew, she's cracked, I whispered. Charlane's ghost whipped around at the sound of my voice, her eyes dark and feral-looking.
Corey, tell them to leave us alone,
she hissed in his ear. Corey turned, a mixture of embarrassment and terror frozen on his face, as though he couldn't decide whether to smile politely or scream out for help. Most people didn't believe in ghosts, and even most of those who believed couldn't communicate with them or even prove their existence. He had to know that telling a pair of virtual strangers that you were being attacked by a ghost would sound a little insane. I held my free hand out in front of me before taking a small step forward. Corey, I'm here to help you.
Help me? Oh, I'm fine. I'm not lost,
he stammered, trying the winning smile approach. Charlane, what are you doing to him? Gwen said, inserting herself between me and the ghost. You're scaring him. It didn't seem as though Corey could hear Gwen's voice because he started talking again halfway through her statement.
Do you need past me?
He offered, stepping aside. Corey, my name is Scarlett Sanderson, and I'm a ghost whisperer. I can see Charlane, and I know what she's done to you. I can help you. A muscle jerked in Corey's cheek. He looked at Lucas, his eyes wide.
She's telling you the truth,
Lucas said. For a moment, I realized how strange the entire scene must look through Lucas's eyes. He couldn't see or hear any of the ghosts, and had to deduce what was going on based on just my side of the conversation. It must have been hard for a take-charge guy to be rendered powerless, left completely in the dark until I filled him in.
She's been messing with my mind,
Corey said, pointing into the air where Charlane had stood a moment before. He couldn't see her, only hear her, and maybe feel her presence. Interesting.
Excuse me, ma'am,
Hayward said, waving for Charlane's attention.
I know you're new to being a ghost, but you should know this business you're getting up to is looked down upon.
Oh, shut up, old man, Charlane snapped. I'm dead. I can do whatever I want now. I don't have to be polite and quiet. I can go wherever I want and say whatever I think. That's not quite true, I said. Charlane looked at me. A wide grin crossed her pretty face. Oh, yeah? Watch me. She shot into the air and then took a swan dive right at Corey's chest. Scarlett, Gwen shouted as Charlane's torso disappeared into Corey's. Leaping forward, I managed to snag one ankle before she sank completely into the poor man. I gave the ankle a vicious yank, and Corey cried out. I winced at the sound, unsure whether it was out of his own discomfort or a result of Charlane hijacking his vocal cords to voice her own distress. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't let her back in there. Voices carried toward us. Lucas swore.
They're coming, Scarlett.
Gritting my teeth, I tugged on the ghost's ankle, fighting with every fiber to keep her from wriggling free. Gwen grabbed the other ankle, and Hayward joined the effort, though he looked pained to do so. Stall them, I ground out, not looking back at Lucas. Lucas swore again, but I heard his footsteps crunch back down the trail. Corey, if you can hear me, I need you to think of putting up armor, I said through gritted teeth. Picture yourself behind a steel wall, or a door with 100 locks. Visualize locking them down and walling yourself in completely. You have to help me fight her. Whether it was the combined force of me, Hayward, and Gwen, or Corey's mental fortitude, something loosened, and we went flying backward as Charlane's ghost dislodged from the poor man. I lost my grip on the ghost's leg. With a yelp, I dug into my pocket and pulled out a handful of ghost powder. Gwen, Hayward, get down. Barely a heartbeat passed between my warning and the swinging of my arm as I chucked the handful of dust at Charlane. The powder hit her full in the face, and she went down to the ground, pinned under an invisible netting. I still wasn't entirely sure how it worked, but it had been a gift from Lucas after a business trip to Germany. I'd only used it one other time, when I'd had to track down a rogue horse-riding spirit on Christmas Eve to help Santa Claus. Yes, I realize how that sounds. I have a very weird life. The voices neared, and Lindsay and a gaggle of contestants appeared just in time to witness Corey toss his, waffles all over the trail. Ew, Aurora said, her nose wrinkled. The other ladies offered similar sentiments and quickly vacated back to the vans.
Corey, are you all right?
Lindsay asked, moving closer. Corey, still doubled over, nodded, but with the way his entire body was trembling, it wasn't terribly convincing. Food poisoning? I offered. Corey nodded with more vigor.
Bad clam bake.
That's rough. Lindsay sighed and radioed down to the others, calling off the chute. And send someone to get a few buckets of water. We'll have to clean this mess up.
I'm really sorry,
Corey panted, hands braced on his knees.
I'm sure I'll rally by this afternoon. We can do the hike then.
His offer surprised me. I'd been possessed by a ghost once, and when I'd gotten free of it, I felt like my insides had been run through a juicer. But, as they say, the show must go on.
It's fine, Lindsay said, her tone brusque. Let's just get you back to the hotel. I'll send one of the assistants out to get you some Pepto or something.
Corey straightened slowly, one hand pressed against his stomach.
Thanks, Lindsay. Just doing my job, she replied, her tone void of any emotion. Come on, let's get you down the trail. Do you think you could go get my sweatshirt from the van? I'm feeling chilled.
Lindsay opened her mouth, but she thought better of what she'd been about to say and turned to head back down the incline toward the base camp at the bottom. Once she was out of sight, Corey looked over at me, his eyes wide. His tanned complexion was washed out, and stress lines showed at his eyes and the corners of his mouth.
What are you?
He asked, his voice thin. I'm a ghost whisperer. It's a long story. I'll handle things here, I said, gesturing at the pinned Charlene. Gwen and Hayward stood over her, watching warily. Just go rest up. You might feel weak for a little while, but you'll be okay.
But this whole thing.
Corey stopped and placed his fingertips against his temples, then closed his eyes.
How did you...
Corey, I said, gently placing my hand on his shoulder. Everything is going to be fine. Tell you what, I'll stop by your hotel this evening to check in on you, and I promise I'll explain everything. For now, just run with the food poisoning thing and try to get some sleep. He opened his eyes, and some of the stress in his face faded. He offered a slight nod, and then turned away and plodded back down the trail. Lucas watched him go and then glanced back at me.
Okay. So, what the hell just happened?
You remember that ghost powder you bought me at that little flea market in Germany? He nodded. Well, turns out it really works. I captured Charlene. I gestured to the ghost on the ground, though Lucas wouldn't be able to see her. Now I just need to get rid of her. At my words, Charlene shuddered. Get rid of me? Not so Miss Tough Chick now, huh? Gwen said, glaring down at her. And to think I was actually going to try and be your friend. I pressed my lips together, hiding a tiny smile. For Gwen, there was no greater gift than that of friendship, so someone squandering it was truly an unpardonable offense in her eyes.
How are you going to get rid of her? Lucas asked. I mean, without risking that whole loosed demon thing.
A couple years ago, I discovered that I was able to send ghosts to the other world by force of my soul magic. The catch was that the ghosts risked getting stuck in some kind of limbo land between one realm and the next until their earthly business was resolved. It wasn't ideal, but it worked in a pinch. The bigger issue was that it created a weak pocket in the magic that connected the two realms, and demons could use the soft spots for their own entry into the land of the living, which, naturally, was not good for those of us who wanted to remain that way. Living. I have enough ghost powder to keep her pinned for now, I told Lucas. He arched his brows and glanced around.
Here? Right in the middle of a busy trail?
I bit down on my lower lip. In all the chaos, I hadn't really taken the time to appreciate my surroundings. It was still too early for most sane people to be out, but I imagined it would likely get busier as the day went on.
Can you move her? Lucas asked.
You know, I left my Wonder Woman lasso in my other leggings, I grumbled as I squatted down beside the trapped ghost.
A yes or no was all I needed, Lucas said. Jeez.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. I'm sorry. You're right. The answer is no. Not if she's uncooperative, and based on her little stunt here a few minutes ago, I'm going to guess that's the case.
What do you want with me?
Charlene snarled. I want you to leave Corey alone, I replied, and everyone else, for that matter. I'm sorry for what has happened to you. You were young and beautiful and having the time of your life, at least from what I've heard. That was taken away from you, and I can only imagine how much that hurts. I understand that you're angry and confused and frustrated and heartbroken. But this kind of thing isn't going to make you feel any better. I expected an argument, a fight. Instead, Charlene burst into tears. Oh dear, Gwen said, sinking down beside me. What? Lucas asked. What happened? Charlene wailed even louder, and I looked around, my heart thumping, temporarily forgetting that no one else could hear her. At least, no one living. I was blissfully unaware of what kind of spirits might be lurking on the island, having not given it much thought until that moment. Shh, I whispered to the ghost.
Corey is my destiny,
Charlene cried.
We were going to get married next June, right here in Maui, at the beach where we first kissed. We were going to have 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl, and some dogs, maybe 3.
She paused to sniffle, and I drew in a quick breath. Wow, you really had it all planned out, didn't you? Charlene shook her head.
Star Madison told me so.
I looked up at Gwen. Star Madison? She shrugged.
She's my psychic,
Charlene replied, through another loud sniffle. My brows shot up, and I started to smile, but Charlene said it with such conviction that my grin froze in place. Right. That's, good, I guess?
Good?
Charlene repeated, scowling up at me.
How is any of this good? I'm dead now.
Right. I cleared my throat. Like I said, I'm really sorry about all of this. But you must know, somewhere inside you, that taking over Corey's body wasn't right. A smile spread across Charlene's face, and she ran her hands over her body.
He felt so good.
Gwen leaned in while I leaned back. Hayward let out an uncomfortable sputter.
Young lady, might I remind you that you are in mixed company?
Charlene craned around, still held down by the net, and glanced up at Hayward. Who are you? She snapped back around to look at me and Gwen. Who are any of you? It's a really long story, I sighed. Listen, we can't stay here. I'm willing to let you go, but only if you promise to come with me and not go anywhere near Corey or the other girls. Will you do that? Charlene placed her fingers on her lips for a moment, as though mulling it over, then dropped them and smiled. No. I groaned and pushed up to my feet. This isn't working. Gwen floated to Hayward's side and linked her arm through his. How long will the net hold? She asked. I don't know, I replied quietly. This is only my 2nd time using it, and the first time things got resolved pretty quickly. You could displace her, Gwen suggested. Did you bring that little iron omelet pan you keep under the cash register? Gwen, you helped me pack, remember? I barely got the lid closed after I added all of the stuff you insisted I bring. There was no way I could have added that pan. Oh, right. Gwen frowned. Besides, displacing her would likely send her back to the place she died, and we don't need her getting any ideas about finding another body to hijack. And we can't send her to the other world? Lucas said. Too risky. I don't know the incantation to bring her back. That was Carla's part, and as much as I'm sure she wouldn't mind a trip to Hawaii, I'm not sure we can really swing that. Besides, I haven't talked to her much since that day. We kind of avoid each other. Carla ran the funeral home back in Beechwood Harbor and hid her own brand of magic. She'd been the one to explain the dangers of forcing ghosts across the threshold between this world and the next. In the end, I think she found me incompetent and dangerous, and we'd steered clear of one another, which in a town the size of Beechwood Harbor was easier said than done. Let me try something, I said, reaching back into my pocket. I gathered another handful of ghost powder and sprinkled it on the ground beside the trapped Charlene. As the last grains fell through my fingers, I reached into her trap with my free hand and worked a little switcheroo, dragging her from the one net to the new circle of dust. Then I quickly blasted her with another handful of the powder and tugged. My hypothesis worked. Charlene was separated from the dirt on the trail thanks to the initial coating of powder, and the second layer had joined it to form a cage. It was almost like my ghost trap, but in this case, I hadn't needed a willing participant. Gwen let out a whoop when she realized what I'd done. Hayward tipped his hat to me.
Very well done, Lady Scarlet.
I used Charlane's wrist as a handle and dragged her behind me. Smiling at Lucas's puzzled face, I took a few steps, making sure the netting would hold. We're good to go.
Okay?
The whole thing had to look bizarre to him, but he didn't ask for further explanation. We started back down the hill, and I hoped Corey and the contestants were all gone. Oh, and thanks for keeping Lindsay busy, I said when we neared the trailhead. That could have gotten a lot more awkward. A guilty look crossed Lucas's face. What? I asked, my tone suspicious.
I invited her to dinner.
I blinked. You what? Lucas's cheeks reddened.
I got tangled up, and I didn't know how to stall for time, so I asked her if she wanted to come over for a proper meal, since she's been living on craft services and stale pizza for the last 6 weeks.
I smacked my forehead and grumbled under my breath. Luckily for you, I have bigger problems to tackle right now, so I'll have to tackle you later. Lucas gave a suggestive grin and arched one brow.
You promise?
Chapter 9. I thanked the Hawaiian gods for small miracles when I wrangled Charlane, ghost net and all, into the borrowed house. I sequestered her in the downstairs powder room and put Hayward and Gwen on guard duty while I got a second cup of coffee and tried to scrape together a game plan. My gut told me the netting would only hold for so long. Charlane might be a new ghost, but she'd already shown she was an A+ student, having accomplished something most ghosts would never learn. Hayward had been a ghost for over a century, and he'd never moved so much as a paperclip. The idea of him suddenly garnering enough power to take over a human was laughable. I had no idea how Charlane had mustered the strength, or where she'd even gotten the idea to attempt a possession. I shuddered to think what other tricks she might have up her sleeves. Lucas padded into the kitchen, his bare feet slapping against the floor. While I'd gotten Charlane set up with her wardens, he'd apparently gone upstairs to change into swimwear.
Don't you have an interrogation waiting?
He asked, his lips curling into a half smile. I'm thinking, I replied, before gesturing at his ensemble. And what are you doing? Just gonna leave me here and go be a beach bum? Lucas looked down at himself and then shrugged.
What else am I supposed to do? I can't see or hear your new friend, so I'm not sure how much help I'd really be.
He was right, but it still irked me that he was ready to skip out. What if I need something?
Do you?
He asked, brow raised. I don't know yet. I sighed and placed my coffee cup to one side.
Well, has she said anything yet? Like why she's doing any of this?
She's angry about the whole being dead thing. She thinks she and Corey were meant to be, and now she doesn't want any of the other women getting him. Beyond that, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea what her endgame might be.
Then start there, Lucas prompted. Figure out what she wants. It seems that with these murder cases, getting justice is enough to help them settle down and move on.
Do you know anything about the investigation? I asked. What did the cops say? The ones who were here interviewing you.
They said from the autopsy the victim was dead before she hit the water. Her heart stopped, which could have been due to a medical condition. But I just asked Lindsay about it at the trail, and she said the contestants all have to have a medical waiver from their physicians disclosing any conditions. Still, it could have been some undetected thing. The reason the police think it might be a murder is because she had fresh bruises on her arms and skin under her nails. They're waiting on the toxicology report, though, before they officially rule it a homicide. I bopped my head. Okay, it gives me a starting point. I'll see if she remembers getting into a fight, something to explain the bruises. Good. Lucas rounded the island and kissed me. His hands lingered on the small of my back. You want me to stay? I shook my head. No, I'll be fine. Go soak up the sun for both of us. He chuckled and kissed me again. I'll be out back if you need me. I braced my elbows on the island and hunkered down, watching him go with a twinge of envy. Why did I have to be the freak in the relationship? And why did I always land right in the middle of a mess at the worst possible moment? Technically, a ghost was the catalyst that brought us together in the first place. But since then, it had been something that sprouted up and threatened to tear us apart. There'd been the ghost who nearly ruined our New Orleans vacation, then the dead bride who almost cost us the wedding venue of our dreams,
Now our honeymoon was being held hostage by another angry spirit. Would it ever end? Back in Beechwood Harbor, I'd managed to extricate myself from the local ghost problems. The weekly support group I'd formed was still up and running, but I'd installed Gwen at the helm and taken 3 big steps back. Some weeks I didn't even attend. Finding a balance was going to be more important than ever, especially with the move to Seattle on the horizon. A big city would have a lot more ghosts. I had to find a way to keep myself off their radar. I couldn't keep getting myself into these messes. Warily, I glanced down the short hallway leading to the powder room. It was awfully quiet. You planning on taking that ghost back to the mainland as some sort of souvenir? Scowling, I turned back and found Flapjack standing on the center of the island. Wasn't planning on it. The 3 of you were grumpy enough about sharing the ghost trap on the way here. Flapjack swished his tail and sat down, tucking the fluffy wand around his paws. Hayward was the drama queen, whining about his sudden onset of claustrophobia. I straightened. Well, like you pointed out, that won't be an issue next time. He's leaving us, remember? Flapjack's gaze wandered for a moment. When he looked back at me, his eyes had a softer glow. I didn't mean the things I said last night. Yes, you did, I sighed. But you were right. I have been avoiding certain issues. Things are changing so fast, and I guess a part of me wanted to hold on to whatever familiar scraps I could. Flapjack floated down from the countertop and landed silently on the floor, then started down the hall toward the bathroom. I followed. What are you doing? I'm going to help get rid of the homecoming queen, he said. I smiled. She's not a homecoming queen, Flapjack. She's got the dress and the poofy hair, he replied. My guess is that she was getting ready to go on a date. You've been over there with Gwen and Hayward. Haven't you caught on to how this whole thing works? Fancy dresses and pool parties are kind of their signature things. I've been sticking to the buffet tables, Flapjack answered. Every day they put out a big spread. So far, the shrimp cocktail is my favorite, though I'm pretty sure no one should actually eat it. Stuff sits out all day in a bowl of half-melted ice. My nose wrinkled. No wonder Lucas invited Lindsay to dinner at our place. We could at least ensure she didn't go home with a case of food poisoning. You sure that isn't what killed this chick? Flapjack asked, glancing over his shoulder when he stopped in front of the powder room's door. Bad shrimp? I asked. No, I don't think so. He tilted his head. Well, let's go see if we can find out what did. I smiled as he shimmered through the door. Flapjack and I had been inseparable for over 2 decades. We'd had arguments and spats before, but something about the one the night before it felt different, more visceral. I was happy to have things smoothed over. Gwen popped up in front of me. Anything yet? I asked. She shook her head. She won't tell us anything. And she's mean. She made fun of my romper. Then she told Hayward he looks like some kind of peanut salesman. My lips twitched, but I managed to keep myself from smiling. She probably meant Mr. Peanut. I'm actually surprised Flapjack hasn't used that one before. Who is Mr. Peanut? Gwen asked, her frown deepening. Reaching past her, I twisted the knob and opened the door. It doesn't matter right now. Let's just get back in there and see if we can figure this out together. The powder room was easily the size of my full bathroom back in Beechwood Harbor. A long vanity ran along one wall, its top made of a single piece of marble. The sink was a raised bowl that sat atop it. A few potted plants sat in a cluster at one side, and a tray of small glass jars holding bathroom necessities sat at the other. Charlene was right where I'd left her, along the wall halfway between the toilet and the vanity. Her beautiful gown was bunched up around her, clearly indicating the boundaries of the net. I don't have anything to say to you, she snarled. You can't help me, so this whole thing is just a waste of time. Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here told me you're on your honeymoon. Wouldn't it be easier to let me go? I'm not going to hurt you or bother you. My business is with Corey and those sluts next door. Hayward gasped. Careful, Cupcake, Flapjack said, sitting beside my feet. He left his earmuffs in his other suit. Charlene, I understand you're upset. You have every right in the world to be mad right now. I can't say that I fully understand what you're going through, but you have to believe me when I say that I've got more experience with this transition than most, and I know I can help you if you'll just let me. Transition? This isn't like getting your driver's license or turning 18 and going off to college, Charlene spat. I drew in a breath. You're right. Listen, Blondie, Flapjack said, a kitty scowl crossing his features. You're not going to find a better person than Scarlet. All she's asking you to do is keep it together and stay away from the guy next door. Is that really so much to ask? I blinked, surprised by his effort. He usually opted for sarcasm and goading commentary in these kinds of situations. Corey belongs with me, Charlene said. Those vipers over there are just trying to use him. I'm the only one who was there for the right reasons. Charlene, he's a grown man. Don't you think he'll figure that out on his own? I asked, gently. Flapjack frowned up at me. Really, Scar? Have you seen the legs on some of those women? I'm not even human, and I get it. I rolled my eyes. And helpful streak broken. Let the new record stand at 90 seconds.
At the risk of sounding untoward, I must agree with Flapjack on this point,
Hayward interjected, cutting a concerned glance at Gwen. She shrugged. Men are stupid when it comes to this stuff. So, tell me, what's the plan then? I asked Charlene. You're going to take over Corey's body, berate all the other women until they leave, crying in the back of a limo like Gracie did this morning, and then you're going to what? Haunt him until he dies? Is that the kind of life you want for him? To be lonely and afraid of his own shadow? And doesn't he have kids? Don't they deserve to see their dad happy again? Charlene opened her mouth, her eyes blazing, but she stopped short of saying whatever had first come to mind. After a moment, she lowered her gaze and shook her head. I guess so. I glanced at Gwen, and we exchanged a tentative look. Listen, she said, swooping down toward Charlene. It's not all bad, being a ghost. I really meant all those things I told you the first time we met. I love being a ghost. I'm having way more fun than I ever did while I was alive. Plus, there's no time limit on things. The living are always so concerned about time, rushing from place to place. We spirits don't have to worry about anything the living do. You'll see what it's like, but you have to give it a chance. Charlene looked up, and a lone tear left a trail of bright silver on her translucent cheek. I'm not sure I'll ever get over him. Gwen bit her lower lip. It's hard, she admitted. When I died, I wasn't married or engaged or anything, but I had crushes. One of them, Benny, was my favorite. I had to watch him grow up, get married, and eventually start a family of his own. I lost tabs on him several years ago when he and his family moved away, but sometimes I still think about him. It was hard not to wonder what our life would have been like if I hadn't died, and if he'd eventually gotten up the courage to stop staring at me and actually ask me out. Gwen smiled. I blinked. I'd never heard Gwen mention the man before. That alone was shocking. Gwen was a no-holds-barred kind of ghost. She overshared everything about her afterlife, and I'd assumed I knew everything about her pre-death life, too. Apparently not. I peeked at Hayward and realized the confession had hit him even harder. Had Gwen not mentioned this old flame to him either? Hayward generally steered clear of emotional conversations. He had his own heartache buried inside. His confession the other night about missing his wife still haunted me. I hated seeing him upset, especially since there was little I could do to help him. Do you think there's a chance that if I waited long enough, Corey would be mine again? You know, in the afterlife, or whatever this is? Charlene asked, looking first at Gwen and then to me. I started to shake my head, but then I stopped. I actually don't know. I mean, I suppose it's possible, but it's a pretty big question mark. Not all people even become ghosts when they die. In fact, most of them don't. They go from this realm to the next, no stops. Charlene's expression twisted. Then why didn't I? I'm not an expert, but in my experience, those who meet violent ends tend to get stuck, unable to leave before they know what happened to them or see justice done. Others stay because they have unresolved personal issues. They want to see their kids get married, or they want to make sure a loved one is okay without them. Sometimes those take a long time, but eventually, most spirits find their peace, and a gateway to the other world opens for them. The other world? I shrugged. That's just what I call it. I don't honestly know what's waiting on the other side of this life. No one's ever come back to tell me. I smiled at her. Charlene sat quietly for a spell, seeming to process everything we told her. I was about to gesture for the others to come with me and leave her alone for a while, When she looked up, her eyes wide.
Was I killed?
Yeah, Flapjack said. You didn't know that part? Charlene looked at him, another tear tracking down her face.
I don't know what happened to me.
Oh, boy. Chapter 10. Charlene looked at me.
Do you know what happened to me? Please, you have to tell me. I don't care how horrible it was.
I shifted my weight back and forth, trying to think of the right words. Well, the police are still trying to figure it out, but it looks like there might have been some kind of altercation. I started. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I wondered how many more times I'd have to deliver such grim news. They found bruises on your arms and neck, and someone's skin under your nails. Charlene looked down at herself, flipping her arms over to check the underside. They won't show now, I quickly added. Your spirit doesn't show marks or scars or wounds. Which, let me tell you, is for the best, Flapjack said. Just in our town alone, we'd have a headless dude, a guy with half his guts hanging out from getting gored by a longhorn, and at least one pancake body with tire tracks down their back. Flapjack? I growled, rubbing my thumb and forefinger at the bridge of my nose.
I didn't know someone in town lost their head,
Hayward said, clearly not getting my message to drop the morbid thread of conversation.
Who is it?
Paul Earlson, Gwen supplied. And he didn't lose it so much as it got, crushed. Construction accident. I would still be my glorious self, Flapjack said, flicking his fluffy tail. I died peacefully in my sleep, right in my favorite little basket by the fireplace.
I suppose I'd be a pancake,
Hayward added, his mustache bristling.
I fell from a box seat at the Vienna Opera House, opening night.
My face would be a pancake for sure, Gwen said with a laugh. I'd probably be missing my front teeth and have a hole where my nose is. She smashed one hand to her face to demonstrate. Took a nasty header off a stage at an outdoor music festival. Charlene blinked.
No one caught you?
I'd had a lot of mushrooms, and I jumped off the wrong side of the stage. In my head, it looked like there were people there, but it was actually just a bunch of equipment and spare instruments. A little to the right, and a guitar might have broken my fall, but alas, no such luck. She shrugged and then offered a smile. Life is short.
You're all so calm about it,
Charlene commented. It comes with time, Gwen told her. Charlene didn't look convinced. I don't see how I could ever accept such a cruel fate, especially when I don't even really know what happened to me. The police are doing everything they can to find out. Do you remember the fight? She closed her eyes.
The last thing I remember was getting ready for my date. I remember putting on this dress.
Where were you supposed to go? I asked. Charlene's eyes flickered open again, and she fingered the beadwork on the bodice of the gown.
It was a surprise, but the producer, Lindsay, told me that it was going to be fancy. I had to be ready to leave by 4 o'clock. I started getting my makeup and hair done while the other girls were eating lunch. Well, those of them who actually eat. She rolled her eyes. Corey seriously has no idea how fake some of them are. They'd go pig out on a date and then come home, throw it up, and eat a bag of celery or rice cakes instead, whining about how he'd made them eat fried food. Was anyone helping you get ready? Do you have any friends in the house? I asked, ignoring her bitter and disturbing side rant. Listening to her slam the other contestants wouldn't get me any closer to solving her problems. And I had a new hubby sitting out in the sunshine to get back to. Your roommate Darla seems really upset that you're gone. Charlene's expression softened, and her chin dropped. Darla is nice. She doesn't have a chance with Corey. Poor thing. But she knew that already. She told me she only signed up because she wanted to travel. She lost her job a few weeks before casting and kind of did the whole thing on a whim.
So, safe to say you didn't fight with her, I said.
I don't think so,
Charlene replied. I still don't get how none of this was caught on film, Flapjack scoffed. They have that place wired up like it's the Space Command at NASA or something. The production trailer is wall-to-wall monitors. It is weird they missed the fight, Gwen said. I mean, fights are ratings gold. Are you sure there's no video of it? I shrugged. There was some kind of privacy invasion claim last season. So this year they're being extra cautious to avoid another lawsuit. Gwen frowned. There are 3 camera people, but there must be 3 times that many monitors in the trailer. Where do you suppose those feeds are coming from? The exterior of the house? Like security cams? I suggested. Gwen shook her head. No. They show the hallway outside the bedrooms where the contestants are staying, the kitchen, and a few outside by the pool area. Something sounds a little fishy. Fishy, Flapjack purred. In any case, the police would have access to all of the video footage, I continued, ignoring Flapjack's dreamy stare. If there's something on camera, they'll find it. I think it's more important to focus on the future, Charlene. I'm willing to let you out of this netting, but you have to promise me that you'll stay away from Corey and the other contestants. You've already scared Corey half to death. Charlene looked at me, a mix of emotions on her face. What am I supposed to do instead? Go with Gwen and Hayward, I replied, gesturing at the 2 ghosts to my right. They'll keep you company. That means no making out, Flapjack warned the pair. Wait. Charlene looked at Gwen and then at Hayward. You 2 are dating? Gwen smiled as she sidled up to Hayward and linked her fingers with his. We are. So see, it's not all doom and gloom here in the spirit realm. Charlene seemed to consider this for a long moment before turning to me. You can let me go. I promise I won't go next door anymore. I arched one brow. Nice try. The deal is that you won't go near Corey or the other ladies. That means no dates, no visits to Corey's hotel, no hanging out on the beach behind their house. Steer clear of all of them. On one condition, Charlene said, her voice decisive. Folding my arms, I leveled her with a stare. This isn't a negotiation. You either agree to my terms or I'll leave you here to cool down and reconsider. So it's a hostage situation? I frowned. You're really going to accuse me of taking you hostage when you've literally been running around body snatching? Zing, Flapjack said, his teeth flashing. Oh, fine, Charlene huffed. I'll leave Corey and those walking blow-up dolls. Hayward winced, and Charlene rolled her eyes before adding, I mean those hard-to-get-along-with women alone. Somehow I had a hard time buying her sincerity. But I couldn't keep her fenced in forever, and I thought we might have helped convince her that there was more to the afterlife than first met her eye. Still, a little insurance policy was never a bad idea. That's good to hear, I said, smiling as I reached toward her. Because I really don't want to have to throw you to limbo land and let you get turned into demon food. Charlene recoiled from me so fast that if not for the netting, she would have slipped through the wall and out the other side. The net provided some kind of invisible bumper, and she jolted against its barrier. Demon food? She stammered. Flapjack chuckled under his breath and swished in between us, ready to close the deal. That's right. Scarlet's not just some freak who can see dead people, he started. Gee, thanks, Flapjack, I muttered. She's a reaper. She has soul magic. If she wanted, she could push you into the other world and you'd get stuck there. A sitting duck for any hungry demons looking for a portal over into this realm. Charlene's eyes grew wider, and she started to shake. A part of me felt guilty for scaring her so badly, but it was drowned out by the reminder that Charlene had committed the most abominable ghost crime imaginable in less than a week of being a ghost. Her potential was unlimited, and if it took a serious scare tactic to keep her in check, then so be it. Do you understand the terms of the deal, Charlene? I asked. I'm only making this offer once. She nodded with vigor. Yes, please, just let me go. Satisfied, I reached through the barrier of magic and grasped her by the arms. With a tug, I freed her from the net, and the magic dissolved, leaving a circle of dust on the bathroom floor. I frowned at it, wondering if it was reusable somehow. The only other time I'd used the powder, I'd been in a barn. If the netting had left behind a powder, I'd missed it among the other debris and dust on the stall floors. Now remember, we're here for another few days if you need anything, Gwen said. Don't hesitate to ask. Isn't that right, Hayward? Quite right, Lady Gwen, the gentleman agreed. Gwen smiled and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Charlene looked away from the display of affection and focused on me. Are you still planning to go see Corey at his hotel? I nodded. He deserves to know what happened to him, don't you think? The ghost looked down at the floor, and her hair fell forward to cover her face. Will you give him a message from me? Of course, I agreed. Charlene met my eyes. Tell him I'm sorry. And tell him that it was real for me. It always will be, I guess. And please tell him that those other women aren't right for him. None of them really want him for who he is, only for the things he could do for them. Even Coco? Gwen asked, sounding a little heartbroken over the idea. She seemed genuine to me, if not a little overzealous at times. Charlene scoffed. Coco never tried to get him back until she found out about the show. She doesn't care about Corey. He's just her ticket to Hollywood. She used to do some modeling in high school, but it never went anywhere. She thinks that Corey getting this gig is just some kind of serendipity so she can land a modeling contract with Wilhelmina. Poor Corey, Gwen breathed. I'll tell him, I said, drawing Charlene's attention back to me before she and Gwen could go too far off topic. And if you remember anything about the fight or the day all of this happened, let me know. I'll find a way to pass it on to law enforcement. Charlene snorted. What? You'll tell them a ghost told you? I said I'd find a way, I repeated. Obviously, I wouldn't say it came from a ghost. I'm not insane. Well, at least not 100%. Flapjack added helpfully. Meeting adjourned, I said, clapping my hands together for the lack of a proper gavel. Chapter 11. So she's just on the loose now? I'd caught Lucas up on the eventful chat with Charlene over a pair of mojitos on the back deck. Gwen and Hayward had soared back over next door as soon as I'd left the bathroom. I wasn't sure what they were hoping to discover, but I figured their presence would at least deter Charlene, in case she thought about breaking our agreement. In truth, I wouldn't, actually, shove her through the fabric between realms. It wasn't the right thing to do. Tempting though it may be. Ultimately, it would create more problems than it would solve. Although if she started manifesting again, I wasn't sure what I would do to stop her. It was a little like threatening a toddler that you were going to leave the store if they didn't stop crying for a candy bar, when you still had half your grocery shopping to do. The consequences were leveled at them, but it was you who would actually suffer on the follow-through. I'm going to talk to Corey this afternoon, I said to Lucas. I'll teach him some defensive stuff. Salt, sage, the usual. It's interesting that he could hear her, don't you think? I wonder if he would have eventually been able to see her, too. You know, if she'd resided inside him long enough. I shook my head slowly, marveling at the oddness of it all. Lucas pulled down his shades and grinned at me. I think all of this is odd, remember? I laughed. Fair enough. I feel for the guy, though, Lucas said, bumping the sunglasses back up to the bridge of his nose. It's gotta be crazy, dating all those women at once, being on camera all the time. He's going to need a serious vacation when this is all over. You're not envious? All those women fawning all over him, desperate for his attention? Not to mention the bikinis and slinky dresses. Lucas laughed. Nice try, babe. But there's no way I'm falling into that little trap you just set. Smiling, I rolled over, letting the sun do its work on my back. I felt like a lizard sunning on a rock, and I loved every second of it. The winter in Washington was going to feel even longer this year. Come November, I was going to be begging Lucas to consider becoming snowbirds. I wouldn't want to do it either, I confessed. It's too much pressure. All those eyeballs on you all the time. I don't care how hot the guys are, it would make me feel claustrophobic. Not to mention the success rates are abysmal, Lucas added. I nodded in agreement, and then tucked my face into my folded arms. If I fall asleep, wake me in 15. Setting my watch. You know what's weird? I asked after a moment. I think you mean what else is weird, Lucas replied with a chuckle. But shoot. Gwen said that there are only 3 camera people, but there are a dozen monitors in the production trailer. She said they show the hall outside the bedrooms, too. It's not just the driveway and the perimeter. Remember what you told me about the lawsuit and the rule about no secret cameras this year? He nodded. That's what the police told me when I asked why there wasn't footage of the whole thing. Right. So why would they have a dozen screens if they were only getting visuals from 3 camera people? Maybe the extra ones are for the editing team? Lucas suggested. Maybe. I peeked up to gauge his reaction. Or There are secret cameras, and the producers just didn't want to turn them over because technically they aren't supposed to have them. Lucas frowned. Maybe, but it seems kind of counterproductive. If they aren't supposed to have the cameras, then how could they get away with using footage captured by one of them? There's a pretty big difference between what a wall-mounted camera is going to catch when compared to a manually operated one. That's true. I planted my forehead back on my forearms. I guess we can ask Lindsay about it when she comes over for dinner. Lucas sighed. You're not really mad about that, are you? Mad? No, just confused. I mean, do you think if she were on her honeymoon, she would have invited you over for dinner? Baby, she knows we're married. She's not coming over here to flirt with me, or whatever it is you've got dreamed up over there. I gave him a dubious look, then grumbled into my arm. Fine, fine. Lucas smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Besides, if we play our cards right, she might be able to hook us up with a free couples massage, right here at the house. I scowled. Is she going to be your masseuse? Lucas dropped his head back and muttered something unintelligible at the sky. Pleading with an unseen power for help in dealing with me, no doubt. Yep, safe to say this whole marriage thing was off to a great start. Rolling over, I sighed. I was just kidding. A massage would be nice. She told me she has a bunch of vouchers to local spas and salons. They send them to the show in hopes of getting a little airtime. I perked up a little. That's actually really cool. She's just going to give some of them to us? Lucas hitched a shoulder. That's what she said. What do you want to order for dinner? I asked. I thought we'd cook something. That's what she's been missing, a good home-cooked meal. It's not like they have kitchens in those little trailers they sleep in. Lucas, my love, we're literally surrounded by dozens of restaurants. Why on earth would she want something we make? I'm with Scar on this one, Flapjack said, strolling past our lounge chairs. I'm feeling in a sushi mood. I rolled my eyes. You're always in a sushi mood. Who said anything about sushi? Lucas asked. Recognition dawned half a second later, and he gave a knowing nod. Hi, Flapjack, he said, waving to a blank spot on the lawn. Flapjack laughed, a wheezy purr, as he glided across the pool's surface like a furry ice dancer. Sushi actually does sound pretty good, Lucas said, giving me a sheepish look. I guess we could do that. Great. I'll stop by and place an order on my way back from visiting Corey at his hotel. I glanced at my phone and groaned. Guess I should hit the shower and get dressed. Lucas gave me an amused smile as I got out of my chair. Try not to fall in love, he teased. Don't let him use his magical TV bachelor powers on you. Laughing, I blew him a kiss and then went inside. It took some haranguing, but I eventually managed to convince the guy at the front desk of Corey's hotel that I wasn't some kind of lucky-in-love crazy stalker fan. He relented only after placing a call to Corey's room to confirm with the man himself. He retained a skeptical look even as he informed me that Corey would meet me in the adjoining bar. I thanked him, with the tiniest touch of sarcasm, and hitched my purse up on my shoulder. I'd stopped at the store on the way over and purchased a few essentials to pass on to Corey. I walked to the bar, hung the purse on the back of the tall bistro-style chair, and ordered myself a rum and coke. Corey came into the bar a few minutes later. Without Charlene's presence to distract me, I noted that he was a handsome man. I suppose it should have been a given, considering his lead role on the reality dating show, but for some reason it struck me as he came into the bar. He had light brown hair, green eyes, and neatly trimmed facial hair, and he was dressed like an Eddie Bauer model. If I'd seen him out and about, I definitely would have noticed him, even not knowing he was a TV star. He'd changed clothes since the ill-fated hike, but the rattled, shaky manner still clung to him. He glanced around, his hands fidgeting, though he offered a smile when he saw me. He hurried over and gestured for the bartender's attention. Thanks for meeting me here, he said, sliding onto one of the tall chairs. It's Scarlett, right? That's right. He extended a hand. I took it, politely ignoring his clammy palm. Nice to officially meet you. Boy, you really saved my skin back there on that trail. The bartender approached, and Corey asked him for a double scotch on the rocks. It was barely 2 p.m, but hey, after the day he'd had, who was I to judge? When the man returned with Corey's drink, I leaned in a little closer. So I think I've taken care of the Charlene problem, I said quietly. The last thing I needed was someone to overhear us and jump to a wild and murderous conclusion that involved me working as a hired gun. I don't expect she will come around anymore. But on the off chance that she doesn't heed my warning, I brought you a few supplies. Corey stared at me like I was some kind of alien.
Whoa, hold on, I'm going to need a lot more information than that.
I sighed and reached for my drink. Bartender, keep 'em coming. Listen, Corey, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm here on the island celebrating my honeymoon. If it's all right with you, could we skip over the nitty-gritty parts about why and how all of this came about? The Reader's Digest version is that I've been able to see and communicate with spirits since I was a child, and I'm occasionally able to use my gift/curse to help people, both the living and the not so much. He blinked. Ta-da, I said flatly.
Sorry,
he sputtered, reaching for his drink.
It's just, well, I didn't know this kind of thing was even,
real? He nodded and took a long drink, nearly draining the glass.
Congratulations on the wedding, by the way. I'm out here hoping to one day join your ranks.
I smiled, but it felt forced. I couldn't shake the warning Charlene had passed on about the other women in the house. Her perspective had to be taken with a grain of salt, considering her motive, but I couldn't fully discount it. Lindsay had all but said the same thing to Lucas and me right before the hike. Corey, on the other hand, seemed completely genuine about his search for romance and a future partner. Poor guy. I'm sorry about Charlene, I said. It sounds like you two had something real. Corey's face changed. He looked at his tumbler, giving the last mouthful of amber liquid a wistful smile.
I thought so too.
He threw back the drink, signaled the bartender for another, and then returned his attention to me. This time, a cool mask covered the hint of emotion.
But, as I'm sure you can understand, my feelings for her are a little cloudy right now,
he added. I nodded and offered a small smile. I understand. If it helps at all, I honestly think she was trying to protect you.
Protect me? From what?
I folded my arms on the tabletop. She doesn't think the other women in the competition are there for the right reasons. She wanted to scare them off before you could get hurt.
She told you that?
I nodded.
Wow.
Corey's gaze slid past my shoulder. He stared into space for a long moment, then laughed and shook his head.
Wow, this whole thing is really a trip.
I know, believe me. Corey refocused his gaze on me.
Does she know what happened to her? How she,
died? I asked. He nodded. She doesn't remember it right now, but that's pretty common. Her final memories were happy ones. She was getting her hair and makeup done so she could see you for your date.
I told Lindsay I wanted Charlene's date to be something special,
Corey recounted.
We were going to this fancy hotel. The ballroom was going to have a private concert set up just for us. And afterward, we were going to have the hotel's rooftop deck to ourselves. Champagne, strawberries, candles, and starlight.
I smiled. Sounds pretty perfect.
I was falling in love with her, Corey said. I didn't make it a secret among the other women. I didn't go out of my way to show off our relationship, but I'd say it was fairly obvious that she was the one I wanted.
Did any of the ladies seem overly jealous? Your ex, for example?
Coco?
Corey groaned.
She'd be jealous of a sand flea if I paid it more than 2 seconds worth of my attention. I told Lindsay I didn't want her on the show, but she manipulated me into keeping her around for a few weeks. I'm cutting her at the next elimination.
His tone was flat, his green eyes suddenly cold.
I don't even know how she found out where I was. I certainly didn't call her and let her know about the show. I don't have any proof, but I think the producers cooked it up for ratings. Hell, they probably bought her the plane ticket over here.
He rubbed his hands down his face, then down the lion's share of his second scotch.
I'm sorry. None of this is your problem,
he said, placing the glass at the edge of the table.
You said you had something for me?
Part of me wanted to keep him talking, to see what else I might be able to glean from him. For whatever reason, the whole reality dating show had become fascinating to me in the last 24 hours. After spending the evening with some of the contestants, and my chat with Charlene, and now hearing Corey's side of the story, it was compelling. I also felt a little like I was trying to fit together a puzzle with half its pieces missing. It's not your puzzle to do, I reminded myself as I reached for my purse. I unpacked the container of Morton's salt, the sage stick, and a small cast iron omelet pan, a price tag still dangling from its handle. Corey watched me line up the items on the table and then reached for the canister of Morton's.
So the salt thing really works, huh?
Surprisingly well, I replied with a smile. Put it around your bed or around the perimeter of your entire room, no gaps, and she won't be able to get to you. It should help you sleep better tonight.
I get the sage, wards off spirits, but this?
He held up the omelet pan. It's made of iron. It's hard to explain, but basically, spirits aren't one solid thing. They're made up of lots of tiny particles, kind of like how everything in our realm is made of atoms. Iron disperses spirit magic. It won't permanently banish Charlene, but if you can manage to hit her with iron, she'll vanish.
Where will she go?
Most likely back to where she woke up after death. My guess would be the pool. It buys you a little time, but only use it as a last resort because it tends to make spirits really, really angry. I placed my purse back into my lap. The omelet pan is a nice weight, and it has a great handle. I keep one under the cash drawer at my flower shop back home. Corey marveled at the pan for a moment more, and then looked at me, a bemused look on his face.
You're kind of one in a billion, huh, Scarlet?
I laughed. I hope so, mostly for the sake of the sanity of those around me. Trust me, being a ghost wrangler isn't as fun as it might sound. Corey grinned, and a warm light returned to his eyes.
Neither is being the nation's most eligible bachelor.
Hey, at least you'll get a book deal out of your gig. With mine, I'm more likely to end up in an asylum. Corey chuckled.
Fair enough. You win.
We smiled at each other.
You know,
Corey said,
if I didn't know you were here on your honeymoon, I'd ask you to stay for dinner. You're the most interesting person I've met in a long time. Your husband is a lucky man.
Thank you. I smiled, genuinely touched by the compliment. I'd like to think I'm pretty lucky, too. Corey offered a kind smile. I cleared my throat and slid down from the tall chair. Speaking of, I should get back to him before he thinks that whole wedding thing was some kind of fever dream. I wish you the best with your search, Corey.
Thanks again, Scarlet, for everything.
He waved goodbye, and I headed for the exit. When I paused to glance back at him, he was ordering another drink. Chapter 12. A melodic laugh floated toward me when I opened the front door. A distinctly female laugh. Gwen zoomed into view, her expression pinched.
You've got a serious problem, Scarlet.
Oh, is that fish I smell? Flapjack asked, coming around the corner with his nose in the air. How does he do that? I asked, shaking my head.
Scarlet,
Gwen hissed.
That Lindsay woman is here,
chatting up your man. She even brought him wine and a chocolate cake. I shifted the takeout bag from the sushi place and closed the front door. I know, Lucas invited her for dinner, I whispered to the concerned ghost. Granted, it's a little early. She made a beeline over here as soon as you drove off, Gwen said. I frowned. Cute. Will you relax? Flapjack said, scowling at Gwen. That blonde has nothing on our girl. I started to thank the ghost cat for his defense, then realized he wasn't looking at me. He was staring at the bag of sushi. His goodwill always came with a price. By now, I should know better. Flapjack, you're not rolling around in our dinner, I snapped, hoisting the bag up a little higher as I started down the hallway. Scarlet, that you? Lucas called. I slapped on my sunniest of smiles and rounded the corner into the open living area. Lindsay sat at the kitchen island, her fingers wrapped around the long stem of a wine glass. She wore a teal wrap dress that had a shockingly low neckline, showing off a gold necklace that gleamed against her tanned skin. The pendant dropped low in her cleavage. She might as well have hung a sign around her neck that said, "Hey, looky here, open for business." Nice to see you, Lindsay, I said, swinging the bag of food up onto the bar. I hope you like sushi. If not, I call dibs on her share, Flapjack said, leaping up onto the counter to chase after the bag of food. I love sushi, Lindsay replied. Lucas was just telling me you were out getting a little retail therapy in. Find anything good? I glanced over my shoulder. Lucas winced. If I'd known that was the cover story, I would have picked something up from the hotel gift shop or one of the little boutique shops I'd passed on my way to the market. Oh, mostly window shopping. I can't get too carried away or they won't let me back on the airplane. Oh, you can always ship stuff ahead, Lindsay said, flapping a hand. I do it all the time. We have to travel light for the show, so anything that can't fit in my duffel bag has to get shipped home. I started removing the packaged trays of food from the bag. I wouldn't figure you get much time for shopping, what with your busy schedule during filming. Not until the last day or two, she replied. When the happy couple go off into the sunset, the rest of us finally get to take a breath. We usually get a couple days in our final location to sightsee and shop before we go home. Where were you last season? Lucas asked. Thailand, Lindsay breathed. It was stunning. Have you been? He has, I interjected, my tone sharper than I'd intended. Geez, Scar, why don't you just pee on his leg? Flapjack quipped. My cheeks warmed, and I tucked my chin, focusing on unpacking the entrees. Last spring, right? I asked Lucas. It's one of my favorite places to go, Lucas replied, not missing a beat. What's the big trip for the show this time around? Bali, Lindsay replied. We leave next week. Well, assuming we can get all our ducks in a line. Corey's been a little difficult since the whole Charlene thing. I blinked at the cold way she dismissed a woman's murder. Are the police any closer to finding out what happened? Lucas asked. They came over last night. Seemed like they were still working to piece everything together. I reached into the cupboard and brought down a stack of plates. Turning, I placed them on the center of the island. I figured we'd do this family style, so I got a little bit of everything. Sounds great, Lucas said. I started to turn away to grab the assortment of sauces, but he snagged me by the waist and pulled me in for a quick kiss. Thank you for picking up the meal. It all looks great. Do you need a hand? Lindsay offered, though she didn't move from her perched spot on the stool. Let's take everything outside, Lucas replied, handing her the stack of plates. It's such a nice afternoon. We worked together to get the meal set up on the back deck. Lucas adjusted the umbrella over the square table, and we took our seats. Flapjack took the unoccupied chair, staring at the food with wide eyes. The police have been pretty quiet, honestly, Lindsay said, picking up the dropped thread of conversation. They took copies of all the footage we had, along with the evidence they collected at the scene, and that was pretty much it. Honestly, I think she just got drunk and fell in the pool. It's sad, of course, but I hardly think it was intentional. Lucas frowned. His chopsticks paused halfway to his mouth. I thought they said it wasn't a drowning, that she was already dead before she fell in the pool. I hadn't heard that, Lindsay said, popping a piece of avocado roll into her mouth. Lucas caught my eye across the table. What about the fight? I asked, pulling my wooden chopsticks apart. If Charlene got into a physical fight with one of the other girls, wouldn't you know about it? I mean, that's kind of your whole job, isn't it? Lindsay bristled. She lowered her chopsticks. Boy, you two sure seem to know a lot about this. Don't tell me you've been following Marcus Rush's blog. I perked up at the name. Marcus Rush? Yes, he's this pond-scummy blogger. A few seasons ago, he tried to get access to the show through legitimate means as a producer, but when he got caught toying around with one of the contestants in between interviews, we gave him the boot. Ever since then, he's tried to spoil the show's ending on his blog. Sadly, he's managed to do it the last 3 out of 4 seasons. How does he spoil the show? I asked. Well, there's a gap between when we finish taping and when the show actually airs on TV. Marcus somehow finds out who wins the show and then posts it on his blog, sometimes before the show even starts airing. It's infuriating. How does he find out who wins? Lucas asked. I'd assume you have everybody involved buried in a stack of NDAs. Oh, we do, Lindsay confirmed, dipping her slice of California roll into a small ramekin of soy sauce with a little more vigor than necessary. There's a mole. I don't know who it is, but someone on that set is a blabbermouth. Though why anyone would want to work with that snake is beyond me. Yeesh, sounds like a nightmare. I plucked up a slice of avocado roll and dipped it in wasabi, careful to only get a tiny swipe of the powerful condiment. I'd learned that lesson the hard way a few years ago, on a terrible first date that had ended in tears, mostly due to the hot sauce, but also a little because the whole night had been so miserable. Lindsay shrugged. It can be, although I don't know what I'll do without it. Lucas furrowed his brows as he looked at her. Are you leaving the show? She replied with a hollow laugh.
Not by choice, she said, but there's talk of a complete scrub job after this season is over.
Why would they do that? Lucas asked.
You know how it goes, she said with a sigh. The execs don't care whose fault it is. They'll blame all of us collectively. And after last season's nightmare, they've already got a finger wrapped around the trigger. It's why we're all so focused on salvaging this season. The execs wanted to can the whole thing, but I promised I could spin the tragedy into our highest ratings ever.
That's pretty dark, Lucas commented, giving Lindsay a look, as if it were the first time he was seeing her. A woman died, possibly murdered. Lindsay, realizing her mistake, dropped her chopsticks onto the side of her plate.
Oh, I know. I didn't mean it to sound so cold. Of course, I feel bad for Charlene and her family. But I had to sell it to the execs, or they would have pulled the whole season and I would have been dodging collection calls by November.
She tried to smile, but it faltered and slipped away just as quickly. Lucas set his utensils aside and pushed his plate back. Flapjack placed one paw on the table, his haunches set, ready to pounce. I shot him a glare, and he backed down, flattening his ears as he sank back into his chair.
Killjoy,
he muttered.
I'm sorry, Lucas. I feel like I put my foot in my mouth,
Lindsay said. It's fine, Lucas replied, raising a hand. Don't worry about it. Lindsay looked to me, her expression desperate. When I didn't throw her a lifeline, she crumpled.
You know, I should probably get back to set. God only knows what's been going on without me.
She glanced at a delicate gold watch on her wrist and then pushed back from the table.
Thank you for dinner, Lucas, Scarlett. It was delicious. And, enjoy the massage. I'll leave the vouchers on that table by the front door.
She wiggled her fingers in a nervous wave and then hurried back inside. Lucas flashed a pained look as he stood to follow her back into the house. Lindsay, wait. I plucked a tuna roll from the central plate and stuffed it into my mouth.
Aren't you going in there?
Gwen asked, thumbing over her shoulder.
Don't you want to know what he's saying to her?
I shook my head, still chewing. That's what you're for, Flapjack told Gwen. You're the head of the CGA. I swallowed and reached for my glass of wine. CGA? Central Gossip Agency, he replied. I rolled my eyes. He shrugged. I'll workshop it. Uh-huh. Gwen hesitated for a moment, her expression getting more pinched by the second. Finally, she scoffed and zipped into the house. Flapjack laughed.
She seriously needs to get a hobby.
I put the last of the tuna roll on a small saucer and pushed it across the table toward the cat. Where's Hayward? He's off moping, doing his whole woe is me, I don't know what anything means anymore thing. As if he weren't already the most annoying person, living or dead, on the planet. Now he's thrown in an existential crisis to really pump up the fun. Flapjack, I said, shooting him a pointed look. Have a little compassion. He's confused. What's there to be confused about? He's dead. He's a ghost. He has us. What else is there to decide? I sighed. It was a losing battle. Flapjack had never been human. He didn't have the same memory bank to draw from that Hayward would have. I fully believed animals had friendships and family and complex emotional lives. But I also knew there was a difference between the grief of a beloved family man and that of a house cat who'd spent the majority of his life sleeping and sunning himself in a bay window. Do you know where he is or not? I asked. Heaving a sigh, Flapjack swished his tail. There's an art gallery down the street from here. He likes to look at the paintings. You know, real old-timey stuff. I saw him headed that way, he said. Then he buried his face in the tuna. Chapter 13. Well, that was fun, I said, when Lucas came back out onto the deck. He had his hands stuffed into the front pockets of his cargo shorts and wore a worried expression. Sorry about that. I don't know exactly where or how things went off the rails. It's fine, I said, flapping a hand. Here, help me clear these. Lucas took the stack of plates I handed him and carried them back inside to the kitchen. She's under a lot of stress right now, he said, lowering the stack into the sink. She actually started crying when she was apologizing for ruining the meal. I rolled my eyes. Let me guess, she was looking for a big, strong, Lucas-shaped shoulder to cry on? Lucas frowned, and I held up my hands. I'm just saying, she could have at least made an effort not to drool all over you while I was sitting 2 feet away. And that dress? Come on. What was wrong with the dress? Lucas asked. I groaned. Man alive. Listen, she's having a hard time right now. Everyone next door is on edge because of this whole thing. I think Lindsay has compartmentalized it out of necessity. Honestly, Lucas, I don't care. We held up our end of the bargain. We had her over for a meal. It's over. As far as I'm concerned, we don't need to see or speak to anyone from that side of the fence for the rest of our trip. Lucas hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Copy that. So, aquarium tomorrow? I jumped on the suggestion. That sounds great. Do you think they'll have sea turtles? I'm sure they do. I also saw they have a tank where you can go swimming with sharks. You feeling adventurous? I laughed. Not that adventurous. Although, thinking about it, who knows what's been in the water during those surf classes? Thankfully, you're still in one piece, Lucas said. I don't want to end up as a headline. Groom arrested under suspicion of feeding new wife to sharks. At least you'd take one hell of a mugshot, I told him with a wink. Lucas chuckled and started filling the sink with dishwater. I swiped his iPad from the island and pulled up the aquarium's website to check their hours. We chatted about the different exhibits and made a plan for the following morning. Once settled, I powered off the device and set it aside. You know what's still bugging me? I asked. Lucas's brows knit together. I thought we were dropping it. What happened to the whole, if I never see them again, it will be too soon thing? The cameras, I said. They're hiding something. I can feel it in my gut. Lucas rinsed the last plate and set it in the dish rack before wiping his hands on a kitchen towel. What difference does it make if they have cameras posted? It's standard reality TV stuff. Not great from a legal standpoint, if it's true that they agreed not to use them, I mean. But I don't see how that affects you, me, or even that ghost lady you were helping. Speaking of, he glanced around the room. She's not here, I told him. Flapjack's out back, probably pouting because we took away the leftover sushi before he was done reveling. Lucas gave a knowing nod, and I laughed softly. The fact that the statement didn't even make an impression was both hilarious and also a little disturbing. My life involved far too many shenanigans from the other side. Just when I thought I was learning how to set boundaries. Sigh. I'm sure the investigators will figure it out, I said. It's just that there are so many people with their thumb in the pie. I mean, on a show like that, how many people would have had access to the footage in time to delete it? Lucas shrugged. I'm not sure. A show like that runs differently than what I used to do. Home renovation shows are all about structure and schedules. The so-called drama scenes, like where the contractor tells the homeowner about water damage in the basement right before asking them to cough up another 20 grand, is all planned out in advance. None of it is real. Now, something like a dating show, where you have 20-plus personalities, it's like having 20 time bombs set up in one big room and not having any clue when they'll start going off. The producers have to invent the storyline as they go, which all takes more eyeballs. I guess Lindsay is one of 3, maybe 4 producers. They each have a set of contestants to watch over and manipulate into doing what they want. Any of them would have access to the footage. Then you'd have the technical people, the editing team, the executive producers, and showrunners flitting in and out. An idea bubble popped into my head. My expression must have changed because Lucas held up a finger before I could even share the thought with him. I already know what you're going to ask, and the answer is no. I frowned. Lucas, come on. Hacking into their system isn't illegal. Not if we're doing it to help solve a murder investigation. Lucas sparked a laugh. Oh, is that right? Should I call my firm's legal team and see what they'd advise? I crossed my arms. All right, fine. Come on, he said, rounding the island. Let's go see what the tide washed up. I know it's not as exciting as playing Super Spy, but this way we won't end up in a lawsuit or jail. And hey, you might be able to find more shells for your collection back home. Chapter 14. Scarlet! Scarlet! A sing-song voice dragged me from dreamland. My eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the dark bedroom. Gwen hovered beside the bed. Her silhouette shimmered when she saw I was awake. Oh, good. Scarlet, that man is in the backyard again. My groggy brain rummaged through my memories for some frame of reference. Man? Backyard? Again? Oh. I bolted upright and reached for my phone. Marcus? I hissed. Yes, Gwen replied. We were over next door. Well, I was, anyway. Flapjack has been gone since the caterers put away the last of the shrimp. And Hayward went off somewhere by himself a few hours ago. I think he's quite bored here, Scarlet. She said it like it was a personal failing on my part. as if there were some other, more Hayward-friendly spot I should have chosen to honeymoon. Mental note, next time, somewhere with howler monkeys. He'd found them fascinating on our trip to Belize several years before. Anyway, I was at the little tiki bar out in the backyard with a couple of the ladies. It was margarita time. That's when all the best stuff comes out. They play this game called Never Have I Ever, and Scarlett, I'm telling you, the stuff they say, woo! You'd get a real kick out of it. Somehow I doubted that. Aurora was telling the story behind her first tattoo, and I heard something on the other side of the fence. At first I thought it might be Hayward trying to muster up the courage to come over and join us, but then I saw the camera. Do the ladies know Marcus is out there? I asked. No, at least they didn't when I left to come get you. I slipped out of bed, wrapped myself in a short black robe, and walked to the rear-facing window. I poked my fingers through the wooden slats of the horizontal blinds, creating a small peephole. The backyard was professionally lit, and each potted arrangement had solar power lanterns tucked among the plants. The deck and its steps were lit with LED lights, and so were the pool and jacuzzi. The wall along the property line was cloaked in shadows, in between posted lanterns every 8 feet. I squinted, trying to make out a shape. At first, I didn't see anything, but then a dark figure moved closer to one of the lights. The man raised a camera to his eye, and I swore under my breath. That sneak. The blinds fell back into place as I whirled around. I went into the bathroom and threw on a pair of leggings and a soft cotton t-shirt. Do you see my flip-flops? I whispered, using the light from my phone to scan the wooden floor in the bedroom. There, Gwen pointed. Thanks. I stepped into the shoes. Let's go. Shouldn't you get Lucas? Gwen asked. I squinted at her. You think he's armed? Lucas? No, Marcus. I don't know, Gwen stammered. Why would he be? I checked in with my gut. I don't think he's armed. Come on. There's one of those big metal flashlights in the kitchen. I'll take it with me just in case. Scarlett, Gwen said, following me out into the hall. She gave a wistful look back into the bedroom. Gwen, it's fine. I'll tell him I called the cops again, and he'll scamper like a scared bunny, I promise. Not waiting for her, I padded down the hallway, descended the stairs, and after a quick pit stop in the kitchen to grab the flashlight/mallet, headed out into the backyard. I exited the house through the garage, taking the side door into the yard. I wanted to give Marcus a piece of my mind, and I wouldn't get the chance if he spotted me and ran off. Luckily, he was so engrossed in his peeping that he didn't notice me until I got 3 feet away and blasted him with a beam from the high-powered flashlight. He swore loudly, and some of the ladies on the other side screamed, startled by his voice. What do I have to do to make it clear that you're not welcome here? I demanded, keeping the light on his face. He shielded his face with his hands. Hey, easy with that. I'm pretty sure we made it clear that you're not welcome here, I snarled. Geez, lady, seriously, what are you, neighborhood watch? If I said yes, would you leave us alone? Marcus smiled, and slung his camera over his shoulder. Listen, I'm sorry about the trespassing and all, but believe me, I'm not here to take dirty pics or something. I'm just trying to crack this case before the cops do. Imagine the attention I'd get on my blog. Maybe I could even get some PI work or something. Become a reality TV Perry Mason. Ha, more like Mr. Magoo. Seriously, what kind of idiot comes back to the same spot where they got busted like 3 days ago? Marcus groaned. There's too many plants in the way on the other side, and down by the beach it's too far away to hear anything. Why are you doing this? Why is this so important to you? He shrugged. Murder's big. Add some guilty pleasure reality TV and you get a hit. So that's all this is? It's just an avenue to a paycheck? Basically. Are you gonna give me a boost here or not? Tell you what, I'll give you 20% of the ad money from my site the month the story breaks. Could be a quick way to make a little nest egg for you and the mister up there. I can't even imagine how much money I'll rake in when I crack this case before anyone else. Heads are gonna spin. I lowered the flashlight to his chest as I planted my free hand on my hip. So let me get this straight. You think lurking around in the bushes is somehow going to land you a murder confession? Hey, in vino veritas. He shrugged. This is the best spot to get a clear view of the bar. Unbelievable. Scarlett? Is that you over there? I recognized the voice as Aurora's. Yes, sorry. Just doing a little pest control. You guys should probably go inside. We're headed that way, Aurora said. We just ran out of tequila, so what's the point anymore, right? She giggled. Night, ladies, I called. A chorus of goodbyes came back over from the other side. As the voices faded, I smiled at Marcus. Sorry to ruin your night. Marcus's lip curled back. Don't you care about this? You don't want to know what happened? I chewed my lower lip for a moment, thinking. What do you know? I asked. Marcus grinned, triumphant. My stomach churned. This was a mistake. Giving a guy like Marcus an inch of wiggle room was idiotic. I know that pretty blonde producer is freaked out, more than the rest. Lindsay? She's under a lot of pressure, I said, dismissing the theory, even as my heart thumped a little harder against my ribs. Do you know what she's looking for? My brows furrowed together. She ran around for a good hour this morning, tearing the whole house apart, like she lost something important. How do you know that? I asked. Marcus shrugged one sculpted shoulder. I've got my ways. Did she find it? Whatever she was looking for? Nope. His lips made a definitive pop sound at the end of the word. I exhaled impatiently, frustrated with myself for indulging him. Maybe someone lost an earring or something. It was probably nothing to do with Charlene's death. Marcus shook his head. She wouldn't tell anyone what she was looking for. She snapped at anyone who asked her if she wanted a hand. Does that sound like she was looking for an earring? No, it didn't. But it also didn't tell me anything else. Maybe you should ask her about it, since she's so chummy with your husband and all that, Marcus said, a taunting edge to his voice. I scoffed, but before I could rebuff his insinuation, a chirp sounded from his pocket. He fished out his phone and smiled at the message on the screen. Turns out I was done here anyway. See you later, Red. He darted past me, running along the wall back toward the front of the property. I hesitated, fighting a swell of curiosity. After a moment, my resolve broke, and I gave chase. Scarlet, Gwen yelped. She had the benefit of living outside the realm of physics and appeared in front of me. I pulled up short, nearly tripping to keep from crashing into her. I wasn't sure if I would have passed through her or not. My powers had shifted and morphed so much over the past few years that I wasn't entirely sure of my own limitations when it came to interacting with the spirit world. What are you doing? He's leaving. That's what you wanted. He knows something, I told her. Maybe it's something big. Something about what happened to Charlene. Do you want me to go see what he's up to? Gwen asked. I looked past her, mentally tallying up the risks and rewards. When I couldn't come up with any major pitfalls, I nodded. Okay, but promise to come right back if he's harassing anyone. I can call the cops on him again. Happily. You got it, Gwen said. She didn't waste any time zipping after him. 1 second, she was there in front of me. The next, gone. So, should we start calling you Charlie now? A mocking voice asked from behind me. Although I think it's safe to say Gwen is no angel. I turned and frowned at Flapjack as he sauntered closer. Isn't it past your bedtime? He flashed his pearly teeth. You know, I'm disappointed that I'm not your #1 super spy. I think between Gwen and me, I'd be far more qualified. I smiled and rolled my eyes. You're more of an enforcer, aren't you? I'm pretty sure your endless nagging for fish counts as a form of torture. Flapjack swished his tail. Torture for who? The poor, starving kitty cat? Or the selfish human who refuses to share? I scoffed. Come on, let's go inside and wait for Gwen. Chapter 15. Gwen returned 45 minutes later, looking ready to burst. Scarlet, she exclaimed, sailing into the living room where I'd been watching a home renovation show to pass the time. You are not going to believe what I just saw. I muted the TV and wrapped the knit blanket around my shoulders. Where did Marcus go? We have to rewind first, Gwen said. Oh, goody, Flapjack replied from the other end of the couch. He'd been keeping me company. And by that, I mean he'd spent 40 minutes mocking the first-time homebuyers featured on the show. Coco snuck out of the house and went to Corey's hotel, Gwen continued, undeterred by the mouthy feline. Lindsay and this other producer, Eric, followed her to get it on camera. I cringed. Oh, boy. It was a disaster, Gwen confirmed. Corey came down from his room, sees Coco, and thinks the whole thing is a setup. He went ballistic. He started cussing out Lindsay, Eric, and Coco, though that's nothing new. Those two are oil and water. He told Lindsay that if she didn't get Coco on the next plane out of here, he was quitting the show, and he wouldn't do any of the press events or media appearances. That's when Eric swooped in and reminded him that the network would sue him 6 ways to Sunday if he tried that, but Corey said he didn't care. Geez, what did this Coco woman do to him? Why does he hate her so much? She cheated on him with his best friend at a ski weekend? Gwen replied. Isn't that so gross? I mean, they were like brothers. As long as it wasn't her brother, I don't see the harm, Flapjack said. I frowned at him. You don't see the harm? Flapjack, come on. Cats don't worry about pesky little things like monogamy, he said casually. I rolled my eyes. Okay, so what happened next? Gwen was still staring at Flapjack, a horrified look on her face. Gwen, I prompted. Oh, right. She gave her head a small shake and refocused on her story. Coco started screaming right back at Corey, calling him all kinds of names. A couple of them were new to me, and said he was bad in bed. Mind you, this is all while the cameras are rolling. What a mess, I groaned. I didn't know Corey, but I'd gotten a general good feeling about him, and I hated that he was being dragged through the mud and hung out to dry. All on national television, no less. Sure, he signed up for it, but still, it seemed needlessly cruel and vicious. It was ugly, Gwen said. And on top of it all, Marcus was there, recording the whole thing on his phone. Lindsay and Eric didn't notice him at first. Corey and Coco were like 2 atomic bombs. But when they did, they chased him out and called the cops. I swore under my breath. No wonder Marcus got that goofy grin on his face right before he zoomed out of here. He knew he was about to hit the drama jackpot. Oh yeah, I'm sure the pictures and some of the video clips are already up on his site, Flapjack said. Hey, Scar, can you turn the TV up? I want to listen to this lady start blubbering when they show her the new kitchen. Flapjack, we're kind of in the middle of something here. I'm not, you are. Ugh, fine. I turned up the volume. I'm assuming everyone is contained now? Or did Corey actually make good on his threat and leave? That's where things get really crazy, Gwen answered, her eyes shining as she tried to keep herself under control. While Lindsay and Eric were scaring off Marcus, Coco picked up this really expensive-looking vase from the front desk and chucked it at Corey. The thing missed him, but it hit the marble and shattered into a billion pieces. The hotel staff went nuts and called in their own security. Lindsay full-on tackled Coco and dragged her outside while Eric tried to smooth things over with the hotel. Okay, wait. Turn the TV back off and say that part again, Flapjack directed. Sounds like it's getting good. Where did Corey go? I asked Gwen. He went back upstairs. I wouldn't be surprised if he's packing his bags. I've watched almost every episode of Lucky in Love, and I've never seen anything like that before. Good grief, I muttered. Poor Corey. I don't know, Gwen said. He was being pretty mean to Coco. I mean, I get it, she obviously deserved some of it, but this was a little overkill. Maybe the girls were right. Maybe he does have some kind of anger problem? A shudder ran through me. Or it means a certain ghost isn't keeping up her end of the bargain. Flapjack hopped down from the couch and floated over to the opposite wall. Where are you going? I asked. He looked up at Gwen. I'm just anticipating the ghost bat signal. You're going to send us out to find the prom queen, aren't you? My eyes shifted to Gwen, uncertain. Gwen inclined her head. We'll find her. When they'd gone, I flipped off the TV and sat back against the couch with a heavy sigh. The question is, what am I supposed to do with her when they do? The search trail went cold, and even with Hayward's help and the volunteer efforts of a few neighborhood spirits, Charlene remained MIA. By some reality TV miracle, Lindsay and Eric talked Corey into staying on the show, and he took Aurora out for brunch the following morning. According to Gwen, Coco was still at the house, but had been kept out of Corey's sight when he picked up Aurora for their date. As much as it turned my stomach, I imagine Lindsay was readying for one final blow-up for the big finale. Part of me wanted to warn Corey, but I managed to ignore the urge to meddle. As long as Charlene was holding up her end of the bargain, it really wasn't my concern what was happening on the other side of the privacy fence. Lucas and I soaked up the last few days of our honeymoon, spending most of it relaxing on the beach. My skin was finally starting to darken. Granted, it was barely enough to show proper tan lines around my bikini straps. Oh well, I'd tried. On our second to last day on the island, we crammed in a waterfall hike and had brunch on the lanai of one of the island's famous breakfast spots. We returned to the house tired and sweaty and decided to take a quick dip in the pool before going upstairs to shower off. Lucas tugged his t-shirt off, and I kicked off my sneakers. I lost my balance while taking off a sock, and Lucas gave me a little bump, sending me into an awkward swan dive. I surfaced with a spray of water and narrowed my eyes at my handsome hubby. "You are so dead." I grinned up as I lunged for one of his ankles, then realized he wasn't looking down at me. I spun around in the water in time to watch a woman fall from the fence and land in the bushes, almost as gracefully as my halfway dive into the pool. "What the?" "Hey, are you okay?" Lucas called, already jogging toward her. I hauled myself out of the pool, kicked off my soggy remaining sock, and took off after him, my waterlogged t-shirt and shorts making weird squelching noises with each step. "Darla? What are you doing here?" I asked, surprised when the woman emerged from the lush foliage. The brunette shoved her messy bangs out of her face. "The police are over next door asking questions." "I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I understand. Why did you hop the fence over here?" "I had to get away. Can I go inside and call a cab or something? You don't have to tell them you saw me." I held up my hands. Whoa. Slow down, Darla. What's going on? Why are you trying to run from the police?" Darla wrapped her arms around herself and drew in a shaky breath. I think I killed Charlene." Chapter 16. "Darla, what do you mean you think you killed Charlene? How is that possible?" "The detective is over there, and he's saying they think it was drugs that stopped Charlene's heart," she replied, peeking nervously over her slight shoulder. They're over there doing another search and re-interviewing everyone." Lucas placed a hand on the small of my back. "And you provided her with drugs? Is that it?" he asked. Darla started to cry. Not just a single tear, either. She broke out in full-on sobs that nearly toppled her to the ground. Gwen, Hayward, and Flapjack zipped through the wall, stopping just short of the crying woman. "What the heck is she doing over here?" Flapjack asked, skating around her to come hover beside me. "On the morning of her date? Of her death?" Darla paused, swallowing hard even as new tears ran down her face. I gave her one of my anxiety pills. She was so nervous about the date. The other women had targeted her since day one and spread all these vicious lies, and she was afraid some of them had gotten back to Corey. She'd gotten into this nasty fight with Sasha in the hallway right before she put on her dress." "Sasha was the one she fought with? That's where the bruises came from." Darla nodded. "Sasha was baiting her, and Charlene kind of snapped. She was nice. I really liked her. But she'd taken all she could, I guess." She sniffed and took a swipe at her face, wiping away the tears. "Was Sasha the one who pushed her into the pool?" I asked. Darla shook her head. I don't know who did that. After she went downstairs, I went back to bed to read a book. I didn't want to be downstairs with bedhead and pajamas when Corey showed up. He'd been out on a date that morning with some of the other girls, and I knew I wouldn't measure up when compared to them. So I hid." My heart twisted in my chest. Darla was just as pretty as the others. Why couldn't she see that too? "Did the detective say it was the anxiety medication that killed Charlene?" Lucas asked. Darla blinked up at him. He towered over her petite frame. "Well, no, but they said it was a drug reaction. They just got the toxicology report back to confirm it." "That was fast," Lucas said, one eyebrow raised as he looked at me. "Wonder how much it cost the production team to get that kind of rush put on the results." Darla looked past me toward the gate leading to the front of the property. "Please, I just need to get out of here." "We can't help you with that," Lucas told her. His voice was gentle but firm. "We'd be obstructing justice at best and accessories to the crime at worst." "And he doesn't mean earrings," Flapjack quipped to Gwen. "Come on," I said, reaching toward Darla. I wrapped an arm around her shoulders and led her to the stone pathway in the grass. "Let's go set this thing right. I don't think the anxiety pills would be what caused her death. But even if that is what happened, you weren't trying to kill her. You were just trying to help." "Scarlet, it's a circus over there," Gwen warned. The officers brought another warrant, and Lindsay is screaming because they're interrupting filming. Coco and Corey got into it again. If anyone needed a sedative, I mumbled. I'm surprised you still have some left, actually. Seems like they would be in high demand around here. Did Coco hit you up for one after her massive meltdown at Corey's hotel the other night? Darla frowned at me. Meltdown? It was on Marcus Rush's blog, I said. In truth, I had an eyewitness account, but it made sense to the non-ghost people that I saw the whole thing on the gossip site. We don't have internet access, Darla replied, a sour note to her voice. Oh, right, I nodded. Well, Coco went to Corey's hotel the other night and they got into it. Things got pretty nasty. I'm surprised no one had to peel her off the ceiling when they got back. Oh, I was wondering where she'd been. Eric practically carried her into the house the other night. I thought she'd been out drinking or something. I frowned. Really? Darla paused, her brows furrowed, then nodded. I can see the driveway from the window in our room. Coco looked ready to pass out. I tried to square that image with the one Gwen had painted for me, but couldn't meld them together. After a moment, I shrugged it off. Gwen had a flair for the dramatic. There was a good chance she'd embellished her retelling of the events. Darla, I'm really sorry, but we can't let you go. We need to go talk to the police and clear this up. You didn't mean to hurt Charlene. I placed a hand on her shoulder. It was a mistake. She sniffled. What if they don't believe me? They're trying to figure out what happened, Lucas interjected. You have a big piece of the puzzle. For all we know, it wasn't the anxiety pills that killed her. I mean, unless she was allergic or something. I can't imagine that being enough. We led Darla out the front gate and approached an officer at the end of the Lucky in Love house. The officer radioed to the detective, and within minutes, a tall man with broad shoulders and jet black hair arrived. Detective Kalani, the man said, extending a hand to Lucas and me in turn. Miss Gordon, weren't you just over here with the others? Detective, Darla has something she needs to tell you. It's about Charlene. My words were drowned out by sounds of a loud squabble coming from around the corner. The detective groaned. What now? He mumbled under his breath. He held up a hand to us, indicating he'd return shortly, and then he stalked off toward the back of the house. We followed at a distance and found something of a standoff in progress on the back deck. You're the one who told me to say all that stuff about Charlene, Sasha screamed at Lindsay. I was just doing what you said so I'd get more screen time, and now you're over here trying to throw me under the bus because I shoved Charlene in the hallway? You know what? Screw this. Sasha reached around to her back and lifted her blue tank top to reveal a mic pack. She ripped it off with hardly a flinch, and then she spiked it to the travertine like a football. Sneering, she flipped everyone the bird and stalked into the house. Corey was standing off to one side, his arms crossed over a button-up shirt. I followed his scowl and found Coco standing opposite Lindsay. Yeah, I just wave a magic wand and everyone magically does what I say, Lindsay scoffed. If only it were that easy. No, you just wave money around, Coco snarled, shifting her glare to a well-coiffed man on the other side of the deck, standing with a cameraman. Eric paid me $100 to shove Charlene in the pool. He told me to wait until she came downstairs, all dolled up, and then I was supposed to give her a hard shove into the water. He had a camera guy waiting to catch it on film. I'm already the house pariah, so I figured, hey, why not? $100 is $100. Corey glared at his former flame. Why didn't you help her? When she didn't get out of the water, what did you think was happening? Coco shoved the heat right back at Corey. I thought she was drunk and tangled up in that stupid dress. Besides, it was supposed to look like a fight for the camera. I walked off. It was Eric's idea. He should have gotten her out. I did get her out, the producer declared, but it was too late. Drunk? Darla interjected, shaking her head. Charlene hadn't touched a drink all morning. I was upstairs with her the whole time she was getting ready for the date. She had sparkling water with lemon. That's it. If she'd been drinking, I never would have... Would have what? Eric snapped. Darla wrapped her arms around herself and took a step back from the group. I gave her a sedative. Just a light one. I take them for my anxiety. Charlene was nervous about the date, and I offered her one. Just one, I swear. What kind of sedative? Detective Kalani asked.
Was it something she'd had before?
Darla chewed at her lower lip, her eyes darting to mine. I gave a gentle nod. Tell them what you told me, Darla. It's okay. Darla drew in a breath so deep she shuddered a little bit at the end. When she spoke, the words all came out as one big exhale. I also gave one to her on the first night during the limo ride.
And she didn't seem to have a reaction to it, the detective asked. Had she taken the medication previously?
Darla shook her head. I don't think so. She told me her counselor had suggested medication to her, but she'd always turned it down. I'm not sure what made her change her mind that first night. She was so nervous she couldn't stop shaking. I think she just didn't want her nerves to get the best of her and ruin her chances before she even got started.
Why didn't you disclose this information to us before? The detective pressed. It would have been helpful to the investigation, especially before we got the toxicology report back. As it turns out, Charlene had a couple drugs in her system at the time of her death. Now, I'm not a doctor, but our ME told us it was a mixture of diazepam and ketamine.
Ketamine? I asked. Isn't that a horse tranquilizer?
It can be used that way, but it has other uses as well, Detective Kalani explained. The ketamine is what killed Charlene. It was a massive dose.
A flurry of whispers whipped around the room. Everyone was comparing notes and trying to figure out what it all meant. Why would Charlene have had ketamine in her system? Where had it come from?
Was there any ketamine found on site? Eric asked. Your people turned this place inside out. We have a closed set. We did not find evidence of the drug, the detective answered, but that doesn't mean it's not here. One of the side effects of ketamine is a loss of appetite, so it's sometimes used as an underground diet drug. It's dangerous and stupid, but not unheard of.
The detective looked around at the remaining handful of contestants.
With the pressure to look perfect on camera at all times, I wouldn't be surprised to find some diet drugs in the house. Carefully hidden, of course.
Eric snapped his fingers.
Ladies, did anyone see Charlene with this stuff?
So, because we're thin and beautiful, we must be cracked out on some kind of animal drug? Aurora said, planting her hands on her hips. That's misogynistic bullcrap. Right, ladies? A few cheers went up from Aurora's fan club. The detective, sensing he was facing a mutiny, held up his hands.
I didn't mean any offense, ladies. It was merely a theory.
Doesn't ketamine have to be injected? Lucas interjected, drawing the attention of Aurora and the others away from the detective.
Not necessarily, the detective answered. Most commonly it's a powder. So, likely, it was administered in pill form, or maybe dissolved in some kind of drink.
I looked around the backyard and realized someone had slipped off. Lindsay. What is it, Scarlett? Gwen asked. Where's Lindsay? I whispered. Lucas looked at me, a question in his eyes. She was just here, I said. Gwen nodded, taking the cue. Come on, honey. Flapjack, you too. Hayward dutifully followed his lady love. The cat, on the other hand, parked his fluffy butt on the tiles beside the pool, seemingly content with watching the drama. All he needed was a bucket of popcorn, or popcorn shrimp. If it wasn't Darla's pills, then how did she get the ketamine? Aurora was asking. These curves are all natural, Coco said, running her hands down her sides. No diet pills required. We all know you're on a liquid diet, Aurora fired back, making a motion like she was chugging a bottle of wine. Glug, glug, glug. Coco snarled. We all saw Eric carry your sorry ass home the other night, Ravenna said, a smug look on her face. I wasn't out drinking, Coco insisted. I was out with Corey. Tell them, Cor. The women snapped to attention, looking to Corey for answers. He scoffed, a bewildered look on his face as he stared at his ex-flame.
Oh, is that what you call it? I thought it was more in the realm of stalking and vandalism.
Coco shrugged it off. That's how we are. I don't expect any of you to understand. Corey and I will be together at the end of all this drama. You can take that to the bank. Corey threw his hands up and stormed into the house. Aurora rolled her eyes. Girl, you need to get a grip. I'll get a grip. Right around your throat, Coco fired back. Aurora reached up to remove one of her dangling earrings. Snarling at Coco, she added, Come and get it, goth Barbie. Flapjack smiled, his tail swishing happily through the air. The detective moved between the women before Coco could lunge for the blonde.
Ladies, enough.
Coco, if you weren't drinking, then why did you need to be carried home? I asked. Coco started to reply, but her mouth floundered as she searched for an answer. I don't know, actually. I didn't have a drop. Do you remember leaving Corey's hotel? I continued. Do you remember coming back to the mansion and getting upstairs to your bed? I don't know. I think I was just so exhausted from all of this. Maybe I dozed off in the car. An adrenaline crash or whatever. I had a bottle of water and some of those mints Lindsay always has around. I exchanged a look with the detective. Detective Kalani moved in closer. Mints? Coco shrugged. Just a couple. She keeps a tin of them on her all the time. She likes to give them to us when we're nervous. She says chewing them keeps your brain occupied or something like that. Lucas looked at me, his eyes wide. She gave some to me, too, on the first night, Ravenna said. I definitely felt more relaxed afterward. I thought it was the martinis. Are you saying they aren't really mints? Coco asked the detective. She's been poisoning us? Aurora shouted. Ladies, please, let's just... Detective Kalani tried to contain the situation, but his voice was quickly swallowed up by a sudden burst of chaos. It was a little like the angry mob scene in Beauty and the Beast, and this time, Lindsay was the beast. Aurora made a charge for Lindsay's trailer, and the others bolted after her. Eric got on the phone. Luther, we have a problem. Coco had murder in her eyes as she ran after Aurora and the other ladies. Detective Kalani signaled for one of the two uniformed officers he'd brought with him, and the man gave chase to the women. Scarlet! I turned at the sound of my name and spotted Gwen across the pool. She's in the bathroom. I just saw her flush a handful of white pills. Detective, I called, already heading in Gwen's direction. Lucas jumped into action and kept pace with my long strides. I think I know where she is. Burroughs, with me, Kalani grunted, charging after me. Gwen led the way to the guest bungalow at the back of the property. The door flew open, and a very surprised-looking Lindsay nearly crashed into me. Oh, Scarlet, Lucas, can I... Her eyes went even wider when the detective and officer came into view. She swore under her breath and tucked a silver tin into her cleavage. We know what you did, I said, a growl in my voice. You've been drugging the girls with ketamine to get them to behave themselves. How could you do something like that, Lindsay? Lucas asked. You killed her. Lindsay's eyes narrowed in a flash, the effect almost serpentine. I didn't kill her. I gave her the right dosage, just enough to take the edge off. So you admit to drugging her? All of them, actually. Oh, don't start with me, Lindsay scoffed. We don't all have backup options or soft, cushy jobs to fall back on. This job is my entire life. I don't have an apartment or a boyfriend or even my own car. My entire world revolves around shooting. I spend the weeks between production crashing on friends' couches. Friends who are getting a little bit more distant each time I show up asking for a favor. I've racked up a mountain of debt, keeping my life afloat, making sure I'm always ready to drop everything and come running when we start the circus up again. And for what? A tiny paycheck, bad catering, and the glamour of sleeping on a cot in the back of a trailer for months on end? Why do you do it then? I asked. I mean, if it's so miserable, surely you could go work somewhere else. Do something else. Why? Lindsay repeated, her voice breaking with a hiccup of hysterical laughter. She raked both hands through her hair, staring at me like I'd asked her to do trigonometry without a calculator. Or just trigonometry in general, really. This is what everyone who is anyone starts out doing, Lindsay answered, a sharp edge to her voice. If I hang tough for a couple more seasons, if I can get ratings like the networks have never seen before, then I'll be unstoppable. I can have anything I want. I can run my own show, make the big money. I'd pay off all that debt and live on my terms, no one else's. At what cost, Lindsay? Lucas demanded. You killed someone. I didn't mean to kill anyone, Lindsay spat. Why did you even give her the drugs? If Darla had already given her a sedative, she shouldn't have needed any of your special mints. Charlene was boring, Lindsay replied, her voice even colder. She was the predictable, safe choice. and predictable safe choices are a ratings snooze fest. And what? You thought a murder would liven things up? I said, although according to Marcus, that actually wasn't as insane as it sounded. Lindsay's nostrils flared. All I wanted was to ruin her date with Corey. If he thought she was sleepy and distracted, maybe drooling in her soup and salad and clumsy on the dance floor, he'd get spooked and start fishing in other ponds. Not to mention, the footage of her falling asleep while he was talking would have been great, even if it was just the blooper reel with pasta smashed on her face. Disgust curdled in my stomach. Lindsay was speaking about this like it was all some kind of unfortunate practical joke gone awry. How could she not care at all that a human life, someone's daughter and friend, had been taken all too soon? I gave her the same dosage I gave the others, Lindsay said. 2 quick breath mints. How many times have you done this? I asked. Enough to know that it's perfectly safe, she replied crisply. Apparently not, Lucas exclaimed. I balled my hands together at my sides, mostly to keep from punching her in the face. That dosage might have been fine if not for the diazepam she'd taken. She wasn't supposed to be on diazepam, Lindsay snapped, as if the whole thing was a huge trial for her. I combed through the medical records of all our contestants. Obviously, I would know if there was something like that going on. It's her fault for taking someone else's prescription. That's illegal. I blinked as if slapped. Are you seriously suggesting Charlene caused her own death? She had more than 2, Darla exclaimed from behind me. I turned, surprised by the fire in the meek woman's voice. What? You left the tin on the bathroom counter when you went with the camera person to follow Sasha, Darla continued. Charlene helped herself to a few more mints while I fixed her hair. Lindsay's face went white. She what? Detective Kalani stepped in. You're going to need to come with me to the station to make an official statement. But Lindsay started to object, but the hard granite look in the detective's eyes seemed to convince her, and she fell silent. The detective led her away as Aurora, Coco, and the other women stood at the edge of the lawn, shocked by the unfolding scene. Lucas took a step closer to me and wrapped an arm around my shoulder, pulling me close. I couldn't believe what I'd just witnessed. I'd had a weird sense about Lindsay from the beginning, but had written it off as some petty jealousy because of her history with Lucas and the way she all but flirted with him right in front of me. I looked up at him, and he shook his head. I thought I knew her, he said quietly. You couldn't have known something like this, I told him. I don't know. He shook his head slowly. I mean, she's always been ambitious, but I would never have imagined she would take it this far. I nodded, unsure what to say. I glanced at Darla. She was the only one among the bunch who looked more miserable than when we'd begun the confrontation. Darla, I started, you couldn't have known either. I feel like they should be loading me up and taking me away too, she replied quietly. If she hadn't had the anxiety medication in her system, maybe she could have handled the ketamine. Darla, please, you have to forgive yourself. Charlene wouldn't want you to beat yourself up about this forever. At least, I didn't think she would. For a moment, I considered telling her the truth about my powers. I thought about offering her the chance to speak with Charlene through me one last time. But I quickly decided against it. Even if she believed I was being sincere, there really was no way of knowing how Charlene would react to the news. It would probably just confuse Darla even more than she already was. Still, what Lindsay said was true, Darla continued. Those pills were prescribed to me by my doctor. I had no business passing them out like I had some kind of Pez dispenser. Shouldn't they at least lock me up for that? I offered a weak smile. I think they have more than enough to worry about. Someone handing out 2 pills isn't anywhere near the top of their list. Honestly, you're probably sparing them a heap of paperwork. But maybe next time keep the pills for yourself. She nodded in agreement. The line of tension across her forehead started to fade, and I knew she was going to be okay. I'm glad I met you, Darla. And hey, if you're ever in Seattle, look me up. She smiled up at me. Thanks. I will. It was really nice to meet you, too. Without your help, we might have never figured out what really happened to Charlene. Now, maybe she can rest in peace. I hope so. Chapter 17. After giving our statements to the police, Lucas and I spent the rest of the afternoon at the beach. Neither of us said very much. We mostly just watched the waves roll in. Gwen and Hayward tagged along, but they weren't in much of a chatty mood either. Even in the beautiful surroundings, it was hard to look past the ugliness of the day. "Where do you think the show will go from here?" I asked Lucas as we strolled back to the house. "With the murder and the arrest of one of the producers, it seems a little too tainted to go forward." "Hard to say. I'd say their biggest problem, besides the damage control, would be salvaging the storyline. From what you've said, the love story is dead now, too. The star is on the verge of walking out, if he hasn't already. The ladies are probably not far behind." "Especially if Charlene is out there pulling more stunts," I said quietly. I'd filled Lucas in on my suspicion that she hadn't quite left Corey alone. But when I'd seen him that afternoon at the mansion, he'd seemed to be at the helm of his own ship. Still, that blow-up with Coco sounded like it might have had an extra sprinkling of angry ghost. "Wait a second," Lucas said. He lifted a hand and gestured past my shoulder. "Isn't that Corey? Where is he going? He looks like he's about to—" Corey was walking toward the ocean. It wasn't a casual stroll. He was moving quickly, with purposeful, measured strides. It looked odd, even without the swirling silver threads wrapping around him. "Lucas, it's Charlene. She's got him." I couldn't actually see Charlene, but she had to be behind the strange magical force. We broke into a sprint, racing toward the man. The waves were up to Corey's mid-calf by the time we reached him. "Corey, wake up!" I shouted as Lucas got in front of him. If Corey noticed either of us, it didn't show. He was smaller than Lucas, but either he was stronger than he looked, or the magic was giving him extra muscle power. He pushed into Lucas.
"I'm coming, Charlene. Keep singing to me, my angel."
His eyes were unfocused, even as he spoke. "Corey, you have to fight her." I scrambled to get behind Lucas to try and help push Corey back out of the water. Corey shoved hard, and Lucas stumbled back. Corey surged forward until the waves were up to his thighs. Lucas grabbed him by the shoulders and tugged backward. "Come on, man." "Scar." Flapjack came bounding down the beach, Gwen and Hayward on his heels.
"What's happening?"
Hayward asked, panic rising in his voice. Gwen tried to grab for Corey's arm, but her fingers slipped through his skin. "What do we do?" I don't know. I've never seen magic like this before." I packed a handful of ghost powder in my pocket earlier, with the intention of going to find Charlene to say goodbye. Guess I was getting my chance without even having to leave my beach. How convenient. I grabbed the powder from my pocket and chucked the entire handful at Corey. Charlene's ghost bounced out of Corey's chest and shot over the waves. She let out an ear-piercing screech of fury and swooped back in. "Stay out of this," she hissed at me. "This doesn't concern you. Corey is mine, and he's going to stay with me forever. We can be ghosts together." "She's trying to drown him," Gwen exclaimed. Lucas shoved Corey back, and this time he fell back into the water. Lucas swore and quickly dragged him up before a wave crashed over his head. "Come on, man, let's go." "Leave him!" Charlene howled, swooping in. She started singing, and Corey's eyes glazed over. The melody wasn't one I recognized, but there was something so haunting and beautiful, I lost track of what I was supposed to be doing. Why was I standing waist-deep in the ocean? I needed to get home, to bake a cake, to wash my hair, to pack my bags. I needed to book a plane ticket and leave this place forever. Scarlet. I heard someone calling me and turned. I lifted a hand. "I'm sorry. I'm simply too busy to help. Bye-bye." "Scarlet, snap out of it." "Do you think Lucas would like a lemon cake or something with chocolate?" Would chocolate and lemon work together? She's lost it. "Stop that singing." Was that Flapjack's voice? I wondered if he would like some cake too. I laughed, realizing he would like a fish cake. Well, I can't do that, I mused to myself, starting back out of the water. No one else would like a fish cake. A force knocked into my chest, and I landed on my butt. Water rushed over my head, and my eyes opened wide. The salt burned, and I squeezed my eyes tight as I fought to get to my feet. A pair of strong hands tucked under my armpits and dragged me up and away from the water. I coughed and sputtered, blinking away the salt water from my eyes.
"Scarlet, can you hear me?"
It was Lucas. He appeared over me, his green eyes wide with concern. I nodded.
"I don't know what happened,"
he said, looking me over. "One minute you were standing there, and the next you were babbling about making a cake. Then just out of nowhere you flew backward and landed in the water." "Flapjack," I said, pushing up to sitting. "Flapjack saved me." "Any time, Scar," the cat said. "Now, do you think you can do something about that dead harpy?" "Corey!" I scrambled to my feet and found Corey fighting back against Charlane's advances.
"Leave me alone, Charlane, please. I don't want to die."
"Neither did I," Charlane screamed. "No one asked me. It just happened, and now I'll probably never know why." "No one meant to kill you," I shouted. "It was an accident. A terrible, horrible accident." Charlane turned away from Corey and rounded on me.
"What did you say?"
"Lindsay gave you some breath mints before your date. Do you remember that?" Charlane nodded. "Yes. Why? What does that have to do with anything?" "They weren't mints," I told her. "Or at least that's not all they were. They had a drug called ketamine. You had too high of a dosage and it stopped your heart. No one meant to kill you." Charlane stared at me for a long moment, then barked out a laugh. "So this was all some stupid mistake?" "I'm sorry, Charlane. I know it probably doesn't help." The silver threads encompassing Corey fizzled out. Corey took his chance and took off at a run. Charlane shrank back as she watched him go.
"We were going to be together forever,"
she said quietly.
"I just needed a few more minutes."
"Charlane, you know that wasn't the solution," I said. She didn't argue with me. A light appeared overhead, brighter than a late afternoon sunbeam. I looked at Lucas. He didn't appear to see it. Blondie, I think your chariot has arrived," Flapjack said, coming to land beside me. Charlane stared at him. "What?" "Look up." "Charlane, that's your gate to the other world," I told her.
"After everything I've done?"
Charlane asked. Despite myself, I smiled. "It looks like it."
"What do I do now?"
she asked. "You don't have to do anything," I said. "Just don't fight it." Charlane's eyes fluttered closed. The light glowed even brighter, until I had no choice but to shield my own eyes against it. When it faded, I blinked to clear the specks from my vision. Charlane was gone. "It's kind of sad she had to cross over," Gwen commented. "She might have been fun to hang out with, once she finally got past the whole Romeo and Juliet complex." Flapjack stared at her, his mouth hanging open. "What?" Gwen asked, innocently lacing her arm through Hayward's. "I happen to think it's a little bit romantic what she was trying to do. Don't you, dear?" Hayward didn't reply. He stared off into space, unblinking. "Hayward," Gwen said, a hint of irritation in her voice. The ghost jolted at her admonishment.
"What? Oh, sorry. What were you saying?"
"Oh, never mind," Gwen huffed. She untangled her arm from Hayward's and soared ahead. "Hey, Scar, think we could talk more about this fish cake idea of yours? I did save your life, after all." I smiled. "I'll think about it." He zipped off in Gwen's wake, smartly not trying to push his luck. Hayward looked at me.
"What happened, Lady Scarlet? Are you all right?"
Lucas asked me. I nodded. "I am, I promise. Give me a minute. I'll be right up to the house."
"I'll draw you a bath,"
he said, pressing a kiss to my forehead. Lucas went through the gate into the backyard, and I waited until he was a few yards ahead to shift my attention to Hayward. "Hayward, is everything all right?" I asked quietly. We never really got a chance to finish the conversation from the other night, and things have been a little crazy since then.
"I'm quite all right, Lady Scarlet, though it is thoughtful of you to ask. Thank you."
I paused at the gate. "Hayward, do you have a second?" A wistful smile dusted his lips.
"I have all the time in the world, it would appear."
My heart sank even lower. "Hayward, what's going on? Please tell me." I hate seeing you like this.
My apologies, Lady Scarlet. I'm just not quite myself lately. I imagine I'll snap out of it when we get back home and settle into my routine. Perhaps Flapjack is right. I'm becoming a bit stodgy in my old age.
He offered a small smile and leaned in toward me.
I do hope you'll continue to put up with me, Lady Scarlet, stodgy and all.
On one condition, I replied, that you never tell Flapjack he was right. He's insufferable enough as it is, don't you think? Hayward chuckled and patted the back of my hand.
Quite right, Lady Scarlet. It shall be our little secret.
Chapter 18. One positive that came out of the show's early termination was that it freed up a handful of dinner reservations at some of the island's most renowned restaurants. Lucas managed to root out some insider information and arranged for us to have our last meal of our honeymoon in a private beach cabana. We dined under the stars, surrounded by candles and fragrant floral arrangements, all while the ocean lapped at our bare feet. The meal was exquisite, and the setting truly felt like something out of a fairy tale. I never wanted to be the star of a reality dating show, but it sure was nice living like one for the night, especially when I already knew I'd be going home with the man of my dreams at the end of it. We slept in the following morning, forgoing the chance for a final sunrise surf lesson. We'd have other chances. Lucas had already mentioned the possibility of coming back for an anniversary trip the following year. Island life suited us, although, as I packed up my suitcase, I couldn't help but feel a little excited by the prospect of getting back to Beechwood Harbor, to my friends and my flower shop. Between the busy summer wedding season and my own wedding plans, the last few months had been a blur. I was eager to get home and start preparations for fall, and then for the holidays. I was surrounded by palm trees, but I was thinking ahead to cornucopias and poinsettias. There was just one thing I needed to do first. Lucas was waiting for me in the living room, surrounded by our luggage. We'd both traveled all over the world and knew how to pack light, but even still, we'd somehow managed to overfill both suitcases and wound up having to stuff our carry-ons with extra clothes to make room for souvenirs. "You all set?" he asked, doing one last count of the bags. "If I must be," I replied with a smile. Lucas grabbed the two suitcases. "Who was that on the phone?" I slipped my phone into my pocket. "Lizzie." "Everything okay at the shop?" "Yeah," I nodded. "She's holding it down. I actually called her to see if she'd mind if I took a couple extra days." Lucas chuckled. "You do realize the return flights are non-refundable, right?" I laughed as I slung my purse across my chest. "I emailed our real estate agent yesterday afternoon asking about a few listings I think we should check out. She just got back to me and said we can do the showings tomorrow, so I thought I'd hang out with you in Seattle for a couple extra days. It'll give us a chance to do a little house hunting." Surprise showed on Lucas's face, but I could tell it was a good surprise. "I'm sorry I haven't made it more of a priority. It's important to me, too. I don't want to live apart a moment longer than we have to." "Hey, I know that," he said, matching my smile. "You know me. I can get a little bullheaded from time to time. I shouldn't have taken it out on you and questioned your intentions. That wasn't fair." "Tell you what," I said. "I'll forgive you if you forgive me." Lucas kissed me. "Deal." Heaving a sigh, I started for the back door. "Now I gotta go sweet-talk the ghosts into their accommodations for the flight." Lucas chuckled as I left the room. "Good luck with that." Gwen and Flapjack were on the back deck, soaking in their last views of the ocean. I slipped a silver orb from my pocket and held it out as I approached them. "Time to pack it up, guys. Where's Hayward? We've got to leave for the airport here in a few minutes." Gwen sighed as she swirled around to face me. "I don't know where he is. He's been awfully distant this whole trip." I looked at Flapjack. "Did you check the art gallery?" he asked. "Art gallery?" Gwen repeated. "He's been going to a local gallery during the day," I explained. "Flapjack says they have some kind of historical exhibit." "He asked you to go, but you were too busy with the freak show next door," Flapjack told Gwen when she looked to him for confirmation. Gwen's eyes widened, and she looked ready to cry. "He did?" she asked. "You seriously need some sensitivity training," I growled at the cat. Flapjack shrugged, and then floated up into an elegant swan dive, his form shrinking down until it disappeared seamlessly into the ghost trap pinched between my forefinger and thumb. Guess that was the ghost version of calling shotgun, I muttered, before looking back up at Gwen. Come on, let's get you situated. I'll go find Hayward. Gwen blinked.
Scarlet? I think Hayward's fallen out of love with me. I've ruined everything.
I glanced over my shoulder. Lucas had taken the last of the luggage out to the rental car. There wasn't time for ghost couples counseling. Not until we were back home. With a sigh, I turned back to Gwen. Hayward loves you, Gwen. You know he does. But I do think you two need to have a serious conversation about your future.
What did he say to you?
She asked, her voice even more heightened. Gwen, I said softly, you don't need to talk to me. You need to talk to Hayward. Her lower lip quivered, and a pang of guilt bit into me. I'd spooked her. Please, Gwen, get in the orb. I'll go talk to Hayward. You'll have hours to talk on the flight home. Granted, they'd have an obnoxious third wheel listening in on the whole thing. Apparently, it was close quarters inside the magical ghost containment trap, but it was the only way for the three of them to travel via airplane. When Gwen didn't budge, I lowered my hand. What is it you want, Gwen? Do you want to be with Hayward?
Of course I do, she burst out.
Do you think it's possible you've been a little distant lately? She considered this, then shook her head.
Is that what he said? That I've been neglecting him?
I cringed, trying to figure out how to put it. More that he's worried you two don't have enough in common. Gwen frowned. Really? But we do everything together. But are they things Hayward wants to do?
Of course!
Well, she paused. I mean, I assume so, since he's always tagging along. I smiled gently. When we first met you, you had a full, bustling life. You had your routines and friendships. Hayward wanted so desperately to be a part of it all because he wanted to be with you. But I don't think that means he always wants to spend his Saturdays in the beauty parlor or listen to a blow-by-blow account of Mr. and Mrs. Parsons' latest argument about their son's new girlfriend. Then what does he want? Gwen asked, her brow furrowed as if she couldn't fathom not being interested in those things. I held up the silver orb. Ask him. Gwen exhaled. Very well. Following Flapjack's lead, she surged into the air, arced down, and disappeared into the orb. I slipped it into my pocket and went around to the front of the house to join Lucas at the SUV. He closed the hatch on the back. All set? Short one, I replied. Lucas checked his watch. I know, I just need to make one stop on the way to the airport. He exhaled and swung open the driver's side door. All right, but I'm pretty sure the ghost emergencies are covered by our travel insurance if we miss the flight. Laughing, I climbed into the passenger seat and buckled up. You never know until you try. Lucas chuckled. Yeah, let's not. Hayward was at the art gallery, standing before a display of watercolor paintings, a concentrated look etched across his brow. He held his top hat in his gloved hands and stood completely still before a painting of a lotus flower. Do you like this one? I asked softly as I approached his left side. The gallery was nearly empty and silent, but for the soft instrumental music piped through the speakers mounted above our heads. Hayward turned toward me.
It's soothing. I never cared much for watercolors before, but now I find them quite nice to look at.
What's going on, Hayward? Are you not coming back with us? I hadn't wanted to scare Gwen by even raising the possibility, but as we'd spoken on the back deck, a part of me started to wonder if that was Hayward's plan. Hayward exhaled heavily.
I simply lost track of time, Lady Scarlet. You have my apologies.
I quirked my lips to one side. You sure that's it? He shifted his attention back to the painting. You've got Gwen pretty worried, I told him. She's looking forward to talking to you.
What shall I tell her?
He asked with a hollow chuckle.
At present, I feel as though I hardly know myself.
I think you need to tell her everything you told me the other night. Be honest with her. I paused as an elderly couple passed through, waiting until they were a few yards away before I started speaking again. Relationships aren't linear, Hayward. People aren't kidding when they call them roller coasters. I should know. I mean, I just got married 10 days ago, and for a minute there, I felt like I had already started to ruin it after getting into an argument with Lucas on our honeymoon. Hayward's thick brows lifted.
You did?
We did. I confirmed with a nod. But the important thing is that we talked it out and moved forward together. We're two people, but we're on this same path. As long as we keep that in mind, Lucas and I will be fine. And so will you and Gwen. Hayward fell silent for another long moment, and a tremor of impatience rumbled through me. I was about to hurry him into the ghost trap when he spoke again.
What will I do if our paths diverge?
He looked at me, his silver eyes glossy with tears.
I don't want to lose her, Lady Scarlet.
I reached out and took one of his hands. You won't, Hayward. She loves you. Hayward smiled.
She does, even when I'm unbearable and grumpy.
I laughed softly. Grumpy moments and all. A tear slipped down the old man's cheek as his smile widened.
Oh, what a mess I am. Lady Scarlet, whatever will you do with me?
That's easy, I told him. I love you too.
Then I'm quite a lucky man.